Love at Last. Written by Barbara Cartland. Narrated by Anthony Wren. Chapter 1, 1873. Huge crowds shouted as Prince Ivan rode back to his palace after his morning gallop. The first snow of winter lay on the ground, but the sun was shining and celebration hung in the air. It was an important day. The streets were hung with flags, and in the royal palace grounds 20 cannons stood ready for a salute, and a military band practised rousing tunes in the forecourt. The prince's army had successfully fought off the invasion of Rusitania by its neighbour Voskia. Now peace had been declared. Prince Ivan had fought bravely alongside his men, and he was a hero to his people of Rusitania. Whenever he appeared in the streets, flowers were thrown, hats flung in the air, and everyone cheered him. Prince Ivan enjoyed the adulation. As he rode in state back to his palace, he caught a rose thrown at him by a pretty girl. He directed a kiss and a smile in her direction, and threaded the flower through the buttonhole of his military jacket. "Where's the Countess, then?" yelled a burly man. "Didn't she wait for you to return from the war?" Prince Ivan's smile disappeared, but he still waved his hand vaguely in the direction of his questioner. The beautiful and voluptuous Countess Natasha Belinskova had been his constant companion for at least 6 months up until the invasion of Rusitania. Prince Ivan had gone off to war after a lingering farewell, and the memory of her sparkling eyes and silvery laugh had helped him forget all the privations and dangers. The dangers had been very real. Many times he had feared for his life, but always he had been in the thick of the fighting, rallying his men with patriotic cries. After a particularly violent engagement, a letter had arrived from Natasha. Eagerly, Prince Ivan had opened it, but the contents threw him into one of his rare depressions. Natasha's husband was dead. Elderly and infirm, the Count had encouraged his young wife to enjoy herself. Now, she wrote, she was free and longing for Ivan to return so that they could be wed. Ivan had thrown himself down on his camp bed and considered the situation. It had only taken him a few moments to realize that Natasha was completely unsuited to become his Princess of Rusitania. He found her physically attractive, but there was much in her character that he disliked, and she resented his duties calling him away so often. She was exceedingly beautiful, but cunning, and he allowed her to manipulate him into giving her expensive jewels he could ill afford because he was a generous man, and enjoyed making her feel happy. He did not, however, admire her greed. Ivan then wrote a letter to Natasha. He said he loved her, but regretted that his position would not allow him to marry her, but he hoped that they could continue with their relationship that brought them so much happiness. He toyed with promising her a string of perfectly matched pearls she had so admired in a jeweller. Finally, he had decided to leave any gift until his return. Once the war with Voskia was finished, Ivan found that Natasha had disappeared, and no one, it seemed, knew where she was. On his return, Ivan rode through the palace gates, dismounted, threw the reins of his mount to a groom, and strode up the main entrance steps. His mother had once said to him that she wished the palace was not in the centre of the capital, and it was a shame the grounds were not larger. The royal family had no privacy, she complained. "Never forget, my boy, that we owe our position to the people," Ivan's father had intoned. "They are the rock on which we rest. We need to be near them, to show that their interests and concerns are ours too. To hide ourselves away would be disastrous." Ivan never forgot those words. His father had died the previous year, and it had been the saddest day of his life. His sorrow had deepened when his mother had died a year later, and the doctors said it was of a broken heart. As he entered the palace's magnificent state hall, his chief adviser, Baron Razumov, came hurrying up. "Your Royal Highness, thank heaven you're back. It is almost time. Would I miss signing the treaty with Voskia that brings a final end to this dreadful war?" Ivan threw his gloves and crop to a waiting servant. "It is one of our country's most important days. Is the Voskian delegation here, Baron?" "They are expected to be here at any moment, Your Royal Highness." Ivan looked down at his riding breeches and boots. "No time for me to change, then. Still, this outfit is appropriate, don't you think?" He grinned at the Baron, his blue eyes sparkling with mischief, the sculptured lines of his handsome face set off by luxuriant dark hair. The military jacket, heavily ornamented with gold braid, showed off his broad shoulders and narrow waist. The Baron nodded approvingly, and he and Ivan walked through to the audience chamber. Ivan strode to the ceremonial throne set on a high dais at the far end of the long reception room, and the many crystal chandeliers seemed to emulate the weather outside, and the long mirrors reflected the assembled ministers and officers. Formal black frock coats were well balanced by the splendour of the military uniforms, and there was an air of expectation as Ivan took his seat. Gradually, silence fell in the room. The minutes lengthened. As one or two officers whispered together, Ivan sat as still as a statue. Then the doors at the end of the salon opened, and a majordomo announced in a stentorian voice, "His Royal Highness, Prince Peter of Voskia." A tall, good-looking man in full military uniform with striking blonde hair walked aggressively up to the foot of the throne, followed by his entourage. Prince Peter's pale blue eyes gazed malevolently at Ivan, and his hands fidgeted at the red stripe running down the side of his trousers. Ivan watched his progress. He felt a deep unease. This treaty should mean peace at last between the two countries. However, Prince Peter's demeanour did not suggest cooperation. He had hoped to catch Rusitania unprepared for military combat and achieve a swift victory. Instead, he was now compelled to sign conditions that meant giving away many Voskian rights to the country he had invaded. Ivan rose. "Welcome, Cousin Peter," he said heartily. "I hope our countries can now live happily alongside each other." Peter's lips curled into a snarl. "For the moment I am bound by the conditions of this treaty. It will not always be like this." Ivan remembered the days of their childhood. Peter had always been a poor loser, and he was a master of sneaky tricks aimed at retrieving his position. It was always necessary to watch your back with his cousin. One of the advisers from Voskia stepped forward anxiously and whispered something into Peter's ear and was impatiently waved back. "Bring forward the document," Peter commanded. Ivan was not going to allow his defeated cousin to control the proceedings. "First I propose we should drink to friendship, to putting the past behind us," he said, and clicked his fingers. Servants handed round trays of champagne. Peter looked at the glasses with contempt, then he waved to a figure at the rear of the delegation. Ivan stiffened as a woman came forward. She was incredibly beautiful. Her flame-coloured hair was arranged in soft waves around a diamond tiara. Her oval face was creamy, skinned perfection. Her dress of white satin was a dream of innocence, an innocence belied by the knowing contempt of her green eyes. Her Cupid's bow lips gave Ivan a sweet smile as she dropped the smallest of curtsies etiquette could demand. "Your Royal Highness," she murmured as she rose again and looked at him straight in the eye. Ivan felt a deep pang. So many months of loving companionship destroyed in a single moment. "Countess Balinskova herself," he acknowledged unemotionally. then could not help adding, "Natasha. Countess Natasha is with me now." Peter's voice rang out triumphantly as he placed a hand possessively under her elbow. They were indeed a striking pair, both physically attractive, both tall, both arrogant. Ivan felt a momentary pity for Natasha. The arrival of his letter setting out the realities of their relationship must have coincided with the news of a battle that had not gone Rusitania's way. For a time it could have seemed that Voskia would triumph. So she had defected to Peter. He wondered if she expected his cousin to marry her. If so, she was doomed to disappointment. In this, at least, they thought alike. Neither would consider the fickle Natasha a fitting candidate for marriage. Ivan clicked his fingers again. The treaty? A parchment document was laid out on a table. Ivan picked up a pen. "To peace," he declared, and signed with a flourish. Peter said not a word as he grimly added his name below Ivan's. A signal was given, and the first cannon fired its shot. There was to be a 21-gun salute to the peace. Peter, however, was not prepared to wait for the full cannonade. Grabbing Natasha by the arm, he marched her out of the salon as the Voskian chief minister bowed deeply to Ivan. "Your Royal Highness," he muttered, "we do wish for happier days ahead." The whole delegation then followed Peter out of the chamber. Ivan flung himself back on his throne. "I hope I never have to witness again a more ill-tempered display of bad manners," he growled. "It was not well done, no," Baron Rusimov agreed. At least the signing was now over, with no need to entertain the Voskian delegation further. The rest of the day was free, and Ivan wondered if he could organize a hunting party. There were tales that an ermine fox had been seen, an escapee from Russia perhaps, and a hot chase through the snow would blow away the unfortunate atmosphere his cousin had left behind. "May I now remind your Highness that a council meeting has been arranged," Baron Rusimov said sternly. How did the man read his mind? Ivan sighed deeply. Council meetings always meant a tedious recital of facts and arguments that demanded unattractive answers. Ivan led the way out of the salon. On his way to the room he always used for council meetings, he passed through the great entrance hall. There he saw Natasha deep in conversation with a servant. Ivan stopped dead in astonishment. It was Yuri, his valet, who was talking with Natasha. As though he had sent a silent signal, Natasha looked up and approached Ivan. "Ivan," she said, "I could not leave without saying goodbye to Yuri. He was our go-between, and my friend." Yuri gave his master a weak smile. "I have even introduced him to Prince Peter," she added provocatively. Ivan refused to respond as she held out her hand. "I hope we can part as friends." Her mobile face broke into the smile he had always found captivating. "You will always have a special place in my heart." Almost without realizing what he was doing, Ivan bowed over her hand, his lips hovering above the soft skin. "Farewell, for we shall not meet again," he declared stiffly. "No?" Her lips smiled provocatively. "Perhaps it is as well." She turned to the valet. "My cloak, Yuri." Her tone was peremptory, but the valet held out a sable garment and gently arranged it round her shoulders, his expression deferential. Ivan turned on his heel. He could not watch Natasha leave his palace for the last time. The room Ivan used was really too small for the ministers and officers that made up the council, but he had discovered that the more uncomfortable his advisers, the shorter the meeting. Ivan sat himself behind the desk and fiddled with papers and pencils as his counsel filed in. The little incident with Natasha had unsettled him. He had almost forgotten how very attractive she was. "Right, now, Baron," Ivan proposed as the last man entered. "Do you have an agenda?" This was another of his tactics. Being presented with the items the meeting was to discuss enabled some to be dismissed at once, and prevented unscheduled matters from prolonging the deliberations. The Baron surprised him. "Your Royal Highness, there is only one item on the agenda for today's meeting." Field Marshal Gagarin, the army's most senior officer, rose to his feet. "Prince Ivan, before we take matters any further, I wish to congratulate you on the successful conclusion to the late war." Ivan bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Field Marshal, but the congratulations belong not to me, but to the army. The leadership you have given and the skill of your officers. I know of no braver men. I am proud to have fought alongside you." There was a murmur of assent from the ministers, but the Field Marshal had not yet finished. "Prince Ivan, today we signed the treaty ending the war, but you saw how Prince Peter, your cousin, conducted himself. It will not be too long before he launches further attempts on your sovereignty. We must be prepared." Another murmur of agreement. "We need more new weapons," the Field Marshal continued. "More men need to be trained. What does the Chancellor of the Exchequer say to these requirements?" Ivan looked at his Chancellor, and he knew already what the answer would be. "The Treasury cannot afford to buy new weapons," the Chancellor answered. "Rusitania's financial state is exceedingly poor. There is no money to spend on building up the army. If you do not, Voskia will attack us again," warned the Field Marshal. "Not, I think, for some time," Ivan answered slowly. "If our situation is bad, how much worse must be theirs?" The Baron rose. "Now is the time to consider the item on today's agenda, Your Royal Highness." Only one item was highly unusual. Ivan sat back and wondered what was coming. The Baron fingered his chin, a sign that he was marshalling his arguments. "As your Royal Highness well knows, the Council was reluctant for you to take part in the recent conflict. You were afraid I would be killed." Ivan gave the Baron a disarming grin. "I proved your fears groundless." He stretched his arms high above his head. It was a gesture of independence. "You were wounded several times," continued the Baron. "We had to consider the consequences should your confidence be misplaced." "Be careful. That is almost treason," murmured Ivan with another of his disarming grins. "And we came to the conclusion," added the Baron, as smoothly as if there had been no interruption, "that there is no suitable heir to your throne." For once Ivan was silenced. "The recent death of the Duke of Omnium and his heir in an unfortunate accident has meant that the next in line to the throne of Rusitania is—" He paused dramatically. "I know," came in Ivan. "The next in line is Cousin Peter, Prince of Voskia. We were prevented in the new peace treaty from disinheriting him completely, although we tried our best," the Baron continued imperturbably. "But we consider it is now time that your Royal Highness marries and produces an heir, preferably more than one." It was an eminently sensible suggestion, and Ivan wondered why he had not foreseen it coming. Another of his ministers rose. "And if you could find a wife who is rich, it would help the country recover more swiftly," he added jerkily. "Money matters more than royal blood." There was a general murmur of agreement. Ivan felt outraged at the way matters were being handled, but the motives behind the suggestion were very obviously in the country's best interest. He rose and stood at the window, his back to the council, and looked down at a busy area of the town. It was mid-morning, and normally he could expect to see considerable activity. Instead, the shops were almost deserted. Partly, of course, the cold weather was to blame, but only partly. The economy of Rusitania was undoubtedly in a poor state. Ivan thrust his hands deep into the pockets of his breeches. Why had not he realized just how bad matters were? He swung round and faced his council. "I appreciate the love you have for our country and my welfare," he began slowly, "and the thought you have given to the succession. I need to consider the situation before I can decide on the best course of action. Let us meet again tomorrow morning." The council assented and filed out of the room. Ivan watched them go, and for a moment wondered if he should send a message to his friends that he wished to go hunting. No, he decided. This was not a time to lose himself into energetic activity, so instead he walked slowly to his music room. Ivan had inherited a love of music from his mother. Princess Irina had been a talented pianist. At first, Ivan had learned the piano. Then he had persuaded his mother to let him take up the violin as well. Soon he found that all frustrations with life could vanish as he lost himself in bringing a composer's vision to life. It seemed his very soul vibrated with the music. Time and place vanished as he was transported to another world. There had been a time when he wanted to become a concert violinist, but of course his position made such an ambition ridiculous. Now he just played for his own and his friends' entertainment. The music room was at the back of the palace. It overlooked the gardens, and in the summer the flowers provided a succession of glorious colours, each one melting perfectly into another. It had been created by Princess Irina. Ivan's parents had often visited England, and the princess enjoyed studying the gardens. "The English are certainly the greatest gardeners in the world," she had often said. Ivan ignored his violin and gazed out at the garden. Snow covered the ground and lay like frosted icing on the trees, and he stood absorbed by the entrancing white wonderland. Suddenly, it seemed that two small children played there, throwing snowballs and laughing. Behind them stood a shadowy figure he knew was their mother and his wife. He turned and picked up his beloved Stradivarius violin, a present from his mother, and tuned the instrument. Soon he became absorbed in a Beethoven sonata. Normally, whatever his mood, the music would enable him to leave worries and frustrations behind. Today, the magic failed. Ivan laid down his instrument and threw himself into a chair. He knew that the Baron was right. He was now 28, and it was time he was married. For the sake of Rusitania, he needed an heir. For the sake of Rusitania, he needed to change his rackety ways. The recent war had shown him that life could be cut brutally short at any time. The dreadful sights the carnage war caused had changed him forever. He had enjoyed his youth, but now it was time he turned his attention to his country. Before the war, he had indeed lived selfishly and had allowed his council to run the country. They were worthy men, but advanced in years. It was time for younger men to seek new ways of reforming the economy and attract foreign funds into Rusitania. It was time for him to take charge, as his father had. His council had said he should choose a wife with money. It was true that the country needed investment, and his army was desperate for new weapons. But he could not imagine himself being happy with someone whose only merit was her bank balance. So, what did he need to look for? Ivan stretched out his long legs and thought about his ideal wife. She would be a girl of good breeding, obviously, and someone who could take her place at his side. Someone who would understand the protocol of the palace, but also she needed to be able to meet his people and understand their concerns. Above all, Ivan decided, she had to be beautiful. Ever since his late teens, he had been surrounded by pretty women. He could not see himself marrying someone plain, no matter how well-bred or rich she was. It would, he decided, be best to choose a young girl. Natasha had been spoiled by her husband, and he had always given her everything she desired, so she had come to expect every man who fell in love with her to do what she wanted, buy whatever took her fancy. A young girl would hopefully not expect her every whim to be catered for. She would want to please him and be flattered that one of Europe's most eligible bachelors had chosen her to be his wife. Ivan imagined a sweet and docile 17 or 18-year-old, a girl with silken blonde hair, an elegant nose, bright blue eyes, and a pink and white complexion. She would fall in love with him at first sight, and she would make him laugh. Most importantly, he would fall in love with her, and they would be as happy as his mother and father had been. Entranced with the scenario he had created, Ivan turned his attention to consider where he could find this perfect little wife. Ivan had travelled widely in Europe. Everywhere he had gone, he had found girls to amuse him. He thought about what each country had to offer in the way of pretty young maidens. French girls were the wittiest and the most stylish. France these days was of course a republic, but it was home to many aristocratic families. Some were even rich. Any of them, he was sure, would appreciate an alliance with a member of a royal house. English girls were certainly not so amusing or so sophisticated, but they were even lovelier than the French. England, too, had a large number of ancient families, many of whom were well endowed, and they also appreciated a royal title. German girls were strong and capable. He had met some that were very lovely and had some style. A few had made him laugh. Still, if he could not find what he wanted in either France or England, then he would visit Germany. The search for the right bride would naturally be serious, but Ivan's spirits rose as he realized that it could also be entertaining. He rose impetuously and moved to his sitting room and the attractive Chippendale secretaire where he wrote his letters. Soon he had a small pile of envelopes addressed to various aristocratic friends in France and England, plus one to Her Majesty Queen Victoria. He could not visit England without first presenting himself at court, and there were matters to be discussed with the President of France as well. Ivan drew another piece of his crested writing paper towards him, and then hesitated. He needed to consult the Baron, as he could not remember the name of the current President of France. However, that was enough work for today. It was time for luncheon. Afterwards, he would sally forth to a fencing club and enjoy a bout with one or other of his many friends. The letter to the President of France could wait until tomorrow. Chapter 2. Ivan paused for a second on the top step of the Paris mansion he had just left and pulled on his gloves. It was after midnight and bitterly cold. There was, however, no snow. He tilted the angle of his top hat, grasped the silver handle of his elegant walking stick, and walked jauntily out into the street. He had just passed a most enjoyable few hours with a French aristocrat, a widow of mature years, who used her beauty and considerable bedroom skills to enable her to remain in her late husband's family home. A hansom cab pulled up beside him. For a moment Ivan almost climbed in, and then he changed his mind and sent it on its way. He decided to walk back to his hotel. Although the night was bitter, an almost full moon sailed through clear skies. As he started out through the quiet Paris streets, his mind went back to what Hortense, the beautiful widow, had said to him not half an hour ago. "Chérie, "You are not at all yourself tonight," she had pouted, and then smiled at him. "Can you not tell me what is on your mind? For I know it is not I." "Hortense, my sweetest, how could it be anything else? Have I not satisfied you tonight?" He had given her a passionate kiss, so passionate that eventually she had muttered with a throaty laugh, "Oh, now that is better. Now I feel you are with me body and soul." Ivan, however, knew that she had been right. It had not been a disappointment when she had told him she was to travel to Italy to stay for a few weeks with an old friend. Maybe his time in Paris was rapidly drawing to a close. Since arriving in France, Ivan had had an enjoyable stay. He had met some charming girls, some very wealthy, and he knew with a cynicism that deepened each year that none of them would refuse him anything. It did not take long for them all to bore him. As Ivan considered his options, he became aware that it was two people, were following him. He darted down a side street, and sure enough, the footsteps followed. He started walking faster. Immediately, he realized that he had made a mistake in turning off the main thoroughfare, as these narrow alleys were a perfect place for an attack. Could he outrun his pursuers in this maze of rat runs he now found himself in? He had to try, but Ivan was hampered by his heavy overcoat. Behind, he could hear footsteps coming nearer. Making a sudden decision, Ivan stopped and turned, twisting at the silver top of his elegant walking stick and releasing the devastatingly sharp sword inside. His back against a tenement building, its windows broken and its door hanging off its hinges, he stood there, slightly crouching, the sword held threateningly in front of him, his other arm wrapped in its heavy overcoat. The two men who had been following him faltered. They were heavily built, their faces more or less concealed with mufflers. Each carried a heavy bludgeon. Ivan was relieved to see that neither seemed to have a pistol. Bludgeons he might be able to deal with. A bullet was altogether another matter. "Come on," he called out in French. "Try me." The two attackers moved uneasily, looking out for a way to launch their blows without being cut by his sword. Suddenly, they both ran at him together, wielding their bludgeons. Lightly balanced on his feet, Ivan deflected one blow with his coat-wrapped arm, while he unerringly ran his sword through the other villain's upper arm. With an unexpectedly shrill scream, the bludgeon was dropped as the attacker tried to staunch the flow of his blood. Ivan faced the other man. "Now I'll have at you," he cried, eyeing the raised weapon and taking in the cruel gleam in his eyes. He made a feint as the villain rushed at him, then skillfully changed direction, thrust his sword through his thigh. The second bludgeon dropped to the ground. Both villains ran off, one limping badly, and then disappeared. Ivan made no attempt to follow them. He leant back against the tenement wall for a few moments, breathing heavily. Too little exercise and too much eating and drinking since he arrived in Paris meant he was no longer in tip-top condition. He smiled grimly. At least war had developed a sixth sense for danger for him, and gave him practice in fighting at close quarters. His trusty sword had been a gift from the Baron, who had advised Ivan to carry it always. "You will think it unnecessary," he had said. "I say that you never know when danger might strike. Always be prepared. You should carry a pistol as well." Ivan drew the line at that. There was a handgun in his luggage, but there it stayed. If the sword-stick had not been so handsome, he might have left that behind as well. This evening, it had certainly proved its worth. Retracing his steps, he found the main road again with profound relief. Another hansom cab appeared, as if out of nowhere, and this time he stepped up and told the driver to take him to his hotel. Back in his suite, he regretted having told Yuri not to wait up for him. He was going to have to wait until morning to issue the instructions he had decided upon in the cab. As he made his way to his room, he caught sight of himself in a long mirror, and was shocked to see how his great coat had been torn during the fight. It would have to be replaced, and as soon as possible. At least his evening suit appeared undamaged. It seemed a long time since he had left Horton's, and Ivan went to bed with a sense that a watershed in his life had been passed. In the morning, despite the late hour when he had retired, Ivan was awake before Yuri brought in his morning cup of tea, a habit he had taken up when living in college at Oxford.
"Yuri, pack everything. We are going to England," ordered Ivan, taking the cup from him and drinking the tea with relish.
Yuri looked shocked.
"England, Prince? Paris has yielded me nothing. I have not met one single girl I could consider proposing to."
Yuri then picked up the greatcoat from the floor and exclaimed in horror at its condition.
"Prince, what happened to you last night?"
Yuri stroked the damaged fabric as though it was a wounded animal he was particularly fond of.
"A small incident. Nothing important."
Ivan refused to believe that the attack had played a part in his decision to leave Paris. After all, the war with Voskia had shown he was no coward. However, he saw little reason to face more danger than necessary. Villains willing to bludgeon him to steal his purse should be avoided. No, from every point of view, moving from Paris to London was the right decision. Yuri's back, as he started packing Ivan's belongings, was eloquent with his displeasure. Ivan knew exactly why. Yuri had met an attractive girl, maid to an aged lady staying in the hotel. No doubt he believed he had several weeks for his dalliance. Once he was dressed, Ivan declared,
"I am going downstairs to arrange for a telegraph to be sent to our embassy in London, advising of my arrival. I shall also check on ferries across the Channel. I want to leave as soon as possible."
He left before Yuri could think of any objections. The weather was still very cold, and Ivan missed his greatcoat. The lighter version he had brought with him was elegant, but lacked warmth. He resolved to visit a London tailor as soon as he arrived for a replacement. The Rusitanian ambassador to London was clearly delighted to receive his prince. Count Lewinsky was in the hall of the embassy to greet Ivan.
"Your Royal Highness, my dear Prince,"
the Count intoned, bowing low.
"It is a great honour to welcome you to London. Ever since I received your letter, everything has been made ready. However, I was not expecting you so soon. I understand that your stay in Paris would be for longer." "Why stay in Paris when there are the delights of England's capital city awaiting me?"
Ivan peeled off his gloves, hat and coat, and gave them to a footman in Rusitanian livery.
"And, Count, I require you to give me the name of London's best tailor, as I urgently require a new greatcoat." "There will be no problem, Your Royal Highness. London's tailors are superb, and mine is what the English call top of the tree. I will provide you with his details as soon as my wife and I have enjoyed the pleasure of your company for dinner."
The Count turned to the footman.
"See to His Royal Highness's valet and bags. Now, Prince Ivan, allow me to show you to your quarters."
Ivan followed his ambassador up the embassy's sweeping marble staircase. Mention of quarters had made Ivan think back to his army days and barracks that were basic at best. However, he was shown to a magnificent suite of rooms where everything was provided for his comfort. Ivan had not been to his London embassy before, and a fleeting visit during his time at university had not revealed its full magnificence.
"Your grandfather, Prince Maximilian," murmured the Count as he ushered Ivan into the suite's ample sitting room. insisted that it was essential for the embassy to be a showcase for Rusitania's standing. It has to demonstrate that we are a principality of substance. It certainly would do that, Ivan mused, as he took in the damask upholstery, antique furniture, and attractive pictures. But he could not help wondering just what it cost to maintain this opulent showcase. Ivan expected dinner with the Count and his stately wife to be rather boring, and he was ready to plead travel weariness to bring the evening to a speedy conclusion. Instead, he found the ambassador to be a cultured and entertaining gentleman, who was well acquainted with his country's poor economic situation. "I am sure you will be investigating the possibilities for developing the mineral deposits in the south," he said over the port and cigars. "It is these, of course, that Prince Peter was so eager to capture in the recent war." Ivan looked questioningly at his host. "I understand that Prince Peter," he continued, "has obtained access to reports of various surveys of the region that had been commissioned by your late father." "My dear Count," replied Ivan, helping himself to a cigar from the gold humidor, "I am afraid I assumed that Cousin Peter's aim was to gain possession of Rusitania and place himself upon the throne. Voskia, after all, is a third the size of Rusitania, and its economic position is quite as bad as ours. Also, as a child, Peter always wanted to beat me at every game we ever played." The Count smiled. "I am sure, Your Royal Highness, that everything you say is true. However, Prince Peter is aware that there are vast copper deposits in the south of Rusitania. Were he able to gain possession of these, he would recoup all the expense of his wars and topple you from your throne." Ivan looked at the ambassador reflectively. "Why has no one told me about this?" The Count shrugged. "Your ministers may not know of the reports. I had heard from them from your father, who was over here on a visit just before he died. He commissioned some English surveyors in great secrecy and was very anxious that their findings remained confidential. How Prince Peter gained access to them is a mystery, but my informants in Voskia are most reliable." "It surely makes a great deal more sense of Peter's attack on Rusitania," admitted Ivan. "I just wonder why my father did not make use of these reports. He died before any arrangements could be made." The Count clipped his cigar, lit it carefully, and then added a trifle diffidently, "I tried to draw the attention of your council to their existence, but I believe they were too concerned at having to find finance to pay for the war. I suppose that the development of these deposits would take considerable investment?" The Count nodded. "Considerable, Your Royal Highness." Ivan leaned forward confidentially. "I should tell you, Count, that my real reason for coming to England is to seek a suitable bride and provide an heir to the Rusitanian throne." "Bravo, my prince. All your people and the council will be thrilled to see you safely married." A glimmer of a smile lit Ivan's eyes. "I am sure they will be. However, I do consider it very important for my bride to be wealthy. Rusitania needs foreign funds if I am to repair its finances." "I understand, Your Royal Highness. I shall consult my wife. She may well know of suitable candidates." As Ivan retired for the night, he thought about the perfect accord there seemed to be between the ambassador and his wife. It reminded him of the love between his parents. That was what he wanted himself. Perhaps a little more excitement to start with, but he did not see himself settling down just yet. His twilight years were a long way off. Then, just before he slipped into sleep, he recalled one of his ambassador's last comments. Remember, Prince, your cousin will still have his eye on those mineral deposits. They could be the saving of Voskia, just as they should be for Rusitania. Do not trust the terms of the treaty you have just signed." It was necessary, Ivan reflected, as sleep claimed him, to find the right bride quickly, so he could return to Rusitania and protect his homeland from the greed and desperation of his grasping cousin. The next morning, Ivan took an early ride in Hyde Park. It was time he reminded his body that there were muscles that needed to be exercised. In spite of the early hour, there were others already cantering purposefully along. Suddenly he saw a figure he thought he recognized, and spurred his horse into a gallop. "Algy!" he cried as he came alongside a dashing figure with a slightly hooked nose, wearing his top hat at a dangerous angle. "Ivan? On my life! What on earth are you doing here? Don't you know galloping in the park is forbidden?" "Who is there at this hour to object?" "Magnificent to see you, mon ami. But where did you obtain that sorry excuse for horseflesh?" Ivan laughed and patted the neck of his elderly bay. "He is the best the embassy stables could come up with, and I understand he has seen fine service over many years. But you are right, Algy. Even if I am only to be here for a short time, I need to find something with a little more energy. I only arrived yesterday." "From Rusitania?" "No, Paris." "Ah, gay Paris. At least I hope it was gay for you, and you were not locked into dull diplomatic soirees." Ivan laughed again. "I neglected all my duties in that direction, I regret to say. The ambassador was reminding me last night to present my card at Marlborough House and at Buckingham Palace, though he says the Queen is a virtual recluse these days. Apparently it is the Prince and Princess of Wales who now host royal receptions." "Indeed it is, yes, and they are most enjoyable. But you need an entree into the Marlborough set, their inner circle. That is where you'll find the greatest fun." Cantering along, Ivan gently quizzed his old friend about life in London. Algernon Montmorency had been at Eton, one of England's famed public schools, with Ivan. He had then become a cavalry officer while Ivan had gone to Oxford. Algy had, though, visited Ivan in Rusitania in the long vacation, and they had kept in contact. He was one of the friends Ivan had intended to look up in London. "Some of us are going to the music hall tonight," stated Algy, "then on to a club for more entertainment." He laid his finger by the side of his nose. "You must join us, Ivan, and I refuse to take no for an answer." By the morning, Ivan had met up with a number of his old friends and was torn between wanting to continue enjoying himself with them and knowing that this was no way to find a suitable bride. Then he received an invitation to a reception at Buckingham Palace, hosted by the Prince of Wales. "It's a diplomatic affair," confided his ambassador. "You are not likely to find any eligible young ladies there, but you may well make the acquaintance of some of their parents. My wife and I will be accompanying you, and I will try and ensure that you are introduced to any members of English society who seem promising." The staterooms at Buckingham Palace looked so brilliant with chandeliers, their light reflected in the many mirrors around the walls. When Ivan was announced, he stepped forward and shook hands with the future King of England. The Prince of Wales was a bluff, convivial figure, standing next to the superbly elegant figure of his princess. Edward, known as Bertie, greeted diplomat after diplomat, and by the time Ivan arrived, he looked a bit bored, and he brightened when Ivan bowed and said how honoured he was to make his acquaintance. "Damn it, Prince Ivan, you must come to something a little more entertaining than this reception." The Prince of Wales then beckoned to an equerry standing behind him. "Herbert, remind me to send the Prince of Rusitania an invitation to a party at Marlborough House."
Ivan thanked him, moved on to kiss the hand of the princess, and then passed into the general melee of guests. Some 40 minutes later, Ivan was bemused by the number of distinguished diplomats and aristocrats he had been introduced to. His ambassador was careful to give position and background of each person he met. Occasionally, he whispered in Ivan's ear, as after a short conversation they passed on to another couple. Regrettably, so far, whilst there had been no parents of daughters, the ambassador considered attractive, none was an heiress to the sums needed to qualify as a potential princess of Rusitania. Just as Ivan's head was beginning to swim with details of the dignitaries he had met, the ambassador and his wife fell into a lively conversation with a couple they obviously knew well. Although they attempted to draw Ivan into their conversation, he felt superfluous. Instead, he studied some of the superb works of art that were displayed on the walls. "It's as good as an art gallery," came a charming female voice at his elbow as he studied a Vermeer with deep appreciation. With a frisson of expectation, he turned to find the speaker rather older and less attractive than he had hoped. "Does the palace own any more paintings of this quality?" he asked politely. "Apart from the national galleries, the collection as a whole is unrivalled," she said. "I always enjoy coming with my father to see these receptions at Buckingham Palace, and if the company turns out to be uninteresting, the works of art are mesmerizing." "You are a connoisseur?" Ivan asked her. "But I regret that we have not yet been introduced." He looked around for his ambassador. "I believe I have the honour of addressing Prince Ivan of Rusitania," said the girl with the charming voice. "My father is the Earl of Yarlington. He is a minister in the Foreign Office, and since my mother's death 2 years ago, I accompany him to receptions like this. My name is Cecilia." Well schooled in the intricacies of European titles, Ivan knew that the daughter of an English earl held the title of lady. "Lady Cecilia, it is indeed an honour to make your acquaintance," he said, clicking his heels and giving her a slight bow. "But how did you know who I was?" "My father knew that you were to accompany your ambassador tonight, and then pointed you out to me. My parents and I visited Rusitania some 8 years ago, and I am afraid that I was so anxious to meet the prince of one of the most beautiful countries I have ever been to, that I could not wait to be properly introduced." "Have we met before?" "Surely not. I would have remembered such a beautiful English lady." Cecilia laughed. It was a lovely, melodious sound. "Prince, you are just as charming as your reputation, and your compliments are as outrageous as I was told to expect. I think you were at Oxford at the time we visited Rusitania. Your parents welcomed us most generously." Ivan took a closer look at her. She was a year or two younger than himself. She was definitely not pretty in the normal sense of the word, but she was certainly not plain either. Her eyes were her best feature, huge and a most attractive grey, and her blonde hair was long and lustrous. Her nose was tip-tilted and her mouth wide. The French would perhaps unfairly describe the Lady Cecilia as jolie laide. Ivan preferred younger girls with even features and a less challenging expression. "Tell me," she asked, "is the Royal Art Collection sufficient interest for the age and gravity of your fellow guests?" Her eyes twinkled at him in a most engaging way. "It has all been completely put in the shade by your charms," Ivan countered gallantly. She gave another of her delightful laughs. "I'm quite overcome, your Royal Highness. But please, now that you have done your duty by compliments, we can have a real conversation? It is not often I have the opportunity at one of these affairs." Ivan was not used to young women who asked him to abandon complimenting them for intelligent discussion, and his interest in Lady Cecilia sharpened. "What subject shall we converse on, my lady?" "Why, Rusitania, Prince. My parents and I found our visit absorbing." The salon they were standing in was L-shaped, and Ivan manoeuvred Cecilia into the less crowded part. Soon he found himself talking eagerly to her about his country. He seldom had a listener who displayed such an acute grasp of its geography and problems. When he commented on this, Cecilia blushed and explained, "Rusitania is one of those countries for which my father's desk in the Foreign Office has responsibility. As he knows how much I enjoy our visit, he keeps me up to date with developments. Nothing secret, of course." Then Cecilia murmured, "Perhaps you can tell me the reason for your visit to London, Prince? You have, I do know, recently agreed a treaty with Voskia. Does your presence here suggest you are discussing an alliance with England?" She looked at him, her head held slightly on one side. Ivan thought rapidly. This was a member of the English aristocracy who moved in the highest of circles. She was only a few years older than the sort of girl he hoped to meet. He then breathed deeply and took one of the biggest gambles of his life. "Perhaps, Lady Cecilia, only it is not the sort of alliance you mean. May I confide in you? I am in need of a wife. I wish to meet a suitable young lady who could become Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Rusitania." Chapter 3. "Could you be offering me the position?" Cecilia heard herself say. For once, her savoir-faire and her ability to handle any awkward situation with her accustomed skill had quite deserted her. She watched what had been a charming anxiety on the face of this fascinating man she had so enjoyed talking to turn to deep embarrassment, and cursed herself. Of course, she was far too old and not nearly pretty enough to become Princess of Rusitania. He made a quick recovery. "I feel sure," he said, leaning forward as though to share an intimate secret. "I feel sure that the position of Princess of a small, insignificant and poverty-stricken state is not one that would attract someone as sophisticated and intelligent as yourself. No. The reason I mentioned it to you was because you have been so sympathetic and interested. I wondered whether you might just possibly effect an introduction to the sort of young girl who perhaps might take me on." He faltered to a stop, seemingly overcome by the enormity of his faux pas. Cecilia suddenly saw the humour of the situation. Here was Prince Ivan, presenting himself as a suitor for a pretty young girl willing to become his wife. He was obviously desperate to meet a girl with the right background. Then he meets someone at a very boring reception, much nearer in age to the sort of girl he should be considering. They chat away, and Cecilia flattered herself. There grew between them a certain level of understanding, and he must have thought it worthwhile trying to enlist her help in his search. And what did she do? Instead of offering to help, she behaved just like an innocent little teenager straight out of school. Poor man, no wonder he looked embarrassed. "Here you are, my dear," said her father, suddenly appearing. "I wondered where you had disappeared to." He put out his hand. "Prince Ivan, is it not? I have just been talking to your ambassador. He wants to introduce us. Perhaps my daughter has just told you how much we enjoyed visiting Rusitania some years ago. Your dear parents were most hospitable. Lord Yarlington, I believe. I have been enjoying an amusing conversation with your charming daughter." The Earl's shrewd eyes looked at Cecilia. "I hope she has been entertaining you, your Royal Highness." "She has indeed been most delightful, and I have greatly enjoyed discussing my country with her." By now, Cecilia's sense of humour had completely restored her normal sensible outlook on life. "Papa, I am inviting Prince Ivan to a luncheon in a couple of days' time," she cried. "I want to introduce him to some of my young friends." She saw the look of relief on Ivan's face and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "Would you be able to come to us the day after tomorrow, your Royal Highness?" Ivan took Cecilia's hand and kissed it. His lips were not hovering just above, as was the accepted etiquette, but actually touching her soft skin. She felt an unaccustomed thrill run through her.
"You are most kind," he replied, glancing up at her with a warm smile. "I shall be honoured to attend."
Then he turned to the Earl.
"And I look forward to talking with you, my lord. I am afraid I shall not be at the luncheon, Prince. My attention is required elsewhere, but I will arrange a meeting very soon. Now, my dearest, it is time we left."
Already the reception had thinned out. Cecilia extracted a calling card from her reticule, scribbled on it with her pencil, and gave it to Ivan. "All the details," she sighed. "A formal invitation will follow. À bientôt, Your Royal Highness." She swept him a little curtsy and raised her hand in farewell before following her father. Ivan raised his hand in an answering salute, which sent a warm glow through her. As Cecilia and her father were driven home to their mansion in Berkeley Square, he remarked,
"He is a very dashing young man, my dearest. I do hope you are not too taken with him. I would not like my only child to desert me."
"No, Papa, there is no chance of that. I think the Prince is only interested in young girls."
"Ah, he wants someone he can train into his way of doing things. Well, I can understand his reasoning, but if he overlooks my darling and precious daughter, he lacks an appreciation of a rare jewel of womanhood."
"Oh, Papa, what nonsense you do talk." Cecilia slipped her hand through her father's arm and pressed it warmly. After dinner, they retired to the library, where the Earl and his daughter preferred to spend their time if they had no guests. The Earl settled into his comfortable chair by the fireside and picked up some Foreign Office papers. Cecilia sat opposite him and started to prepare a list of guests for her royal luncheon. She firmly decided that selecting a suitable bride for Prince Ivan would be an entertaining project for her, and as she noted down some names, she tried to decide exactly what he would look for in a candidate for his wife. A sizable dowry was undoubtedly needed to bring in foreign currency and help fire the failing economy of Rusitania. She should also be compliant and able to fit with any of his moods. Already, at their brief acquaintance, Cecilia had caught sight of a fiery personality. When he had spoken of his cousin, Prince Peter of Voskia, she recognized a bewildered anger that someone he had known so well could behave so treacherously. The candidate should also, Cecilia fully recognized with certainty, be very, very pretty. Cecilia herself was not pretty. She knew that. Her dearest mamma had told her once, "My darling, prettiness fades. The girls that have men swooning at their feet at 20 have lost their bloom and charm by 40. You have something much rarer. Style. Men will never pen a poem to your eyes, although they should, or for any other of your features." By this time Cecilia had been laughing so much she could hardly take in what her mother was saying. She had continued imperturbably. "Men will, however, always be happy to be seen with you. They will value you as a friend. They will enjoy conversing with a girl of intelligence, charm, and, I repeat the word because it is important, style. And friendship is the most important basis for a marriage there can be. Your dear papa and I were friends before we fell in love. We all know unions where love has faded, and there has been nothing left to hold husband and wife together. Love has not faded with us." Here her mother had smiled a little secret smile that confirmed everything Cecilia had already guessed about their marriage. "No, our love has deepened and strengthened as the years have gone by, and so has our friendship. Therefore never regret that you are not pretty, my darling," she added as she brought her little lecture to a conclusion. Cecilia gave a reminiscent smile as she worked on her list. Then she wrote 5 letters of invitation, confident that luncheon with a prince would be so very attractive a prospect that any other plans the girls might have would be immediately discarded. She wrote invitations to young gentlemen, including a formal invitation to Prince Ivan himself. "What are your plans for tomorrow, my dearest? asked her father, as he finished the last of his papers and removed his spectacles. "I will go to my clinic, Papa. There is a new doctor who is considering working with us, and I have promised to introduce him to everyone." "Do you think he is a good prospect?" "He has been highly recommended, and I was very impressed when I met him, and he seems interested in our work. He is much needed. There are so many poor people who require our help." The Earl looked at his daughter and sighed. "I am so sorry the death of your poor mamma meant that you had to give up your medical studies. You would have made a very good doctor." Cecilia looked down at the little pile of letters and blinked rapidly. It had been the most testing decision of her life. When her mother knew that she was dying of the cancer, she had fought so valiantly. She asked Cecilia to renounce her medical ambitions and become her father's hostess and support. "He needs you, my darling," she had urged. Then she had added, "but only until you find the man you can love, as I have loved him." So Cecilia, bowed down with grief at the loss of her beloved mamma, had finally found the courage to obey her dying wish. "There are many doctors, Papa," she said now, "but not many donors who are willing to finance and support a clinic for the poor in London's East End. It's not a task I could have done without your blessing and the generosity of so many friends and relations." The Earl smiled. "I am so very fortunate. The Yarlington coal fields and iron deposits produce more wealth than you and I could possibly need, however profligate we wished to be." Cecilia laughed. "Oh, Papa, I cannot see you leading a profligate life. I, on the other hand, admit to a certain extravagance." She looked down at the dress she was wearing. It came from a leading couturier, and she knew that it was immensely becoming. "You know," the Earl continued, "I do love having you by my side at events such as tonight's, and you run our homes here and in the country with great efficiency, so that I am comfortable and can enjoy being with you. However, my greatest wish is that you should find someone who will recognize your outstanding qualities and fall in love with you, and someone you can love in return. I don't wish to see you decline into spinsterhood." "Papa," Cecilia could not be silent no longer. "Decline into spinsterhood? I never heard such rubbish. You know I love being able, in a small way, to take dear mamma's place at your side. I have never looked on marriage as an end in itself. It would certainly be very wonderful to fall in love with a man one day, who is in love with me. I'm not ready to settle down for anything less, Papa. I'm very happy to be single. My clinic is so worthwhile and involves every moment I can spare. Please don't let's talk of marriage." Her father looked at her fondly. "You are so sensible, my darling. Come, it is time we retired to bed, is it not?" "I shall come up in a moment. There are a few last things I need to do before retiring." Left on her own, Cecilia then looked into the dying flames of the fire and ruminated about the possibility of marriage. She had not lacked for suitors, but she knew only too well that all the men who offered for her were really just attracted by the great fortune she would bring as her dowry. No matter how handsome or charming he was, she could never be happy with any man on that basis. She smiled to herself as she recalled Prince Ivan. She would greatly enjoy being friends with a man, particularly such an attractive one, who had no intention of offering for her. The list of qualities he was looking for were, apart from the dowry, ones she did not possess. So she could relax and be entertained by his charm and enjoy his intelligence. Cecilia went up to bed with a lightness of heart she had not known for some time. The first of her guests to arrive for the luncheon was Rosalind Dampier. "Have you really asked us here to meet a real live prince?" she cooed in her soft, breathless voice. Cecilia nodded, laughing. "Yes, Prince Ivan is very much alive." "And is he handsome and charming?" "Very handsome and very charming." Cecilia surveyed her friend. Rosalind was the only daughter of a peer, almost as wealthy as the Earl of Yarlington. She was 18 years old, had just been presented at court, and was the toast of London. Small and dainty, with a heart-shaped face and huge blue eyes, she was constantly surrounded by eligible young men. Cecilia's mother had been a great friend of Rosalind's, and Cecilia was extremely fond of her. She was without guile, and had the warmest heart in the world. "Have I dressed up properly today to meet a prince?" Rosalind asked, giving a twirl in the centre of the carpet. "Mamma said this was the most suitable in my wardrobe, but I think she would have liked to have had a gown especially designed for me for the occasion." She wore a white silk dress with a tucked bodice and sleeves puffed at the top. Her shining blonde hair was drawn back and fell from the top of her head in carefully arranged ringlets. "You look quite perfect," Cecilia assured her, amused that Rosalind, who must surely be the debutante of the year, could be so nervous about her appearance. Rosalind clapped her hands together in relief. "Oh, when I saw what you were wearing, I wondered." Cecilia gave a wry smile. She had chosen the most severe of her day gowns, one in an unfortunate shade of mauve that, the moment it had been delivered, she had instantly decided she would never wear, and could not remember why she had chosen it. Perhaps influenced by the gown, Cecilia had drawn her blonde hair into a simple chignon that was undoubtedly stylish but hardly youthful. Rosalind blushed charmingly. "Oh, I did not mean to suggest that your dress was not becoming, just that it seemed a little, well, dignified, you know. But I would not have known how to look dignified, so I'm pleased you think I look right. Please, Cecilia, tell me who else is coming." Cecilia ran through the list of guests. "Why, apart from Lady Broadstairs, your aunt, they are all very young, just like me," said Rosalind in surprise. "Have you not asked any of your proper friends?" "Are you not a proper friend, Rosalind?" "Oh, I do hope so. I really think you are the most wonderful friend, Cecilia." At that moment, more guests arrived, and Cecilia was saved from having to respond. Soon everyone was there except for the prince. Sir Guy Anstruther, a long-standing friend and a bachelor of 30, she had asked as someone who would balance the table. On arrival, he whispered to Cecilia, "He is coming, isn't he? This isn't a practical joke, I hope?" Cecilia gave an inward sigh. Guy was a splendid character, but he was always so serious. She knew her father would love her to encourage Guy's suit. Already a baronet on the death of his aged and childless uncle, Guy would inherit the title of the Marquis of Donnington and the vast Donnington estates. It would, in her father's eyes, be a very suitable match. "I am sure Prince Ivan will be here soon," she said, giving him a smile. "Perhaps you could talk to that pretty Jemima Perrone. She seems just a little bored by young Marcus Stockton." "I would rather talk to you, Cecilia. Apart from Lady Broadstairs, every other female here seems insipid. Why are they all so young?" At that moment, the butler announced the arrival of Prince Ivan in stentorian tones. She went to him, deciding that her overwhelming delight at his appearance in her drawing-room was due to a niggling worry that he might, after all, have forgotten the engagement. Instead of the dashing military uniform decorated with medals the prince had worn at the reception, he was wearing a superbly tailored dark suit with a grey waistcoat and grey silk matching tie. Something about the way he carried himself made every other male in the room look instantly gauche and unfashionable. Out of the corner of her eye, Cecilia was amused to notice that Guy was adjusting his tie. "Lady Cecilia, I have to apologize most sincerely for my lateness," Ivan began as he took her hand. "I had not allowed for so much traffic that was truly appalling. My ambassador had indeed warned me, but I felt he was being overcautious." He smiled into her eyes, and then gave her hand the same fleeting kiss he had at the reception. And, as then, Cecilia felt a thrill travel all through her veins. "You are not at all late, your Royal Highness," she assured him. "It is most kind of you to join us. Now, I would like to introduce my aunt, Lady Broadstairs." Cecilia was amused at the way her aunt, always inclined to view young men with a cynical eye, fell victim to Prince Ivan's charm. "I shall invite you to my next afternoon at home, Prince Ivan," she purred after they exchanged civilities. "I shall be delighted," he replied with a click of his heels. "And now I should like to introduce you to my friends," suggested Cecilia, taking Ivan round the group of her guests. She introduced each of them with a few words that would enable him to place and remember them. Ivan kissed the girls' hands and shook those of the men, managing to find a different greeting for each, and to sound sincerely interested in meeting them. When Rosalind was introduced to him, he paused before her longer than with any of the other girls. "I feel I have met you before." He smiled into her huge blue eyes that looked completely captivated into his. "There is a portrait in my palace in Rusitania of a young girl dressed in white, looking just like you." "Oh," responded Rosalind faintly. "Who is she?" Ivan gave a small shrug of his shoulders. "No one knows. It was painted some 200 years ago. There is a legend that the prince at that time wished to marry her, but she died of a fever. It is probably all rubbish, but," he added thoughtfully, "you do look very like her. She was very pretty." Rosalind blushed a lovely rose pink. Cecilia thrust away an unaccustomed feeling of loss as she led Ivan on to the last of the female guests, a dark girl with a haughty face and almond-shaped eyes. Irene Portland's father was a well-known financier who was generally held to be fabulously wealthy. "Sir Ralph Portland, Irene's dear papa, is a banker," Cecilia explained, making the introduction. "Then he is someone I would dearly like to talk to about the economic situation in my country," Ivan assured Irene. "Tell me, Miss Portland, does the talk of financial affairs bore you to distraction?" Cecilia, who had never known her friend Irene to smile at anyone, or to respond in any meaningful way, was astonished to hear her say, "I enjoy discussing financial affairs with my father, Your Royal Highness. Papa often says that money maketh the man, but that it is not done to mention the matter." She gave Ian a smile so dazzling Cecilia blinked. "I am sure Papa will be delighted to talk to you. Now that you have met everyone, we can go into luncheon," Cecilia announced smoothly. "Perhaps, Prince Ivan, you will be kind enough to escort me into the dining room?" "Of course, my lady." Ivan held out his arm, and Cecilia placed her hand on it as she had done so many times with other men in the past. But never before had she been so aware of such hard muscle. "May I say that this is a most elegant mansion, Lady Cecilia?" he commented, his voice lively and sincere. "Is that perhaps a painting by Courbet?" He waved at a picture of a French family on a country road. "Why, yes, it is. My mamma had a great interest in modern art. She admired Courbet's ability to capture the sincerity and honesty he saw in ordinary men. Poor artist, he suffered so much because of his principles. You know he was imprisoned for his beliefs. He had to leave France on his release and flee to Switzerland." Ivan nodded. "I am another admirer. I have one of his paintings hanging in my study. Whenever I find the letters I have to write particularly boring, I break off to study the friendly and solid, practical-looking couple he has depicted." He gave a self-deprecating smile that was suddenly intimate. "I do so wish that I could place my problems before them, hear their down-to-earth advice, and know I could trust it." Cecilia would have wished to continue with this conversation, but they had reached the dining room. "I have placed you at the centre of the table," she remarked. "I thought that from there you could command everyone's attention." "You have gone to so much trouble, Lady Cecilia," Ivan said, "and all the girls you have invited are so pretty. But I hope that you will not be too far away.
I am sure that none of your guests will offer conversation as captivating as yours."
He gave her a small bow. He was so practised at compliments that his actual words meant nothing, Cecilia told herself, as she left him at his place and made her way to one end of the table. By the time the luncheon drew to its end, all the girls were in love with Ivan, and he had managed to make the young gentleman think that he was a real goer with no side to him. The luncheon was, in fact, greatly enjoyed by all, except for Guy, who complained afterwards that, sitting at the far end of the table opposite Cecilia, he had found the two girls seated next to him inexpressibly boring. "Had I realized you were inviting me to a nursery event, I should have made my apologies," he asserted, only half jokingly. "I am so sorry, Guy," Cecilia replied with an effort. "Selfishly, I wanted your support. I should have explained the reason for the luncheon rather better." He coloured, seemingly rather taken aback by her rare acknowledgment of need for his company. "It was plain enough. You seem to be setting up a marriage market. I hope it proves successful." It had not escaped her notice that Ivan had shown Rosalind rather more attention than any of the other girls. After Guy had left, Cecilia thanked her staff for their efforts, then went and changed. She handed the hated mauve dress to her maid. "Oh, take it, Mary. I never want to see it again." In the study, dressed in a pretty muslin gown, she attempted to address herself to plans for her clinic that required important decisions. But she could not concentrate. Time and again she found that Ivan was invading her thoughts. There was no point, she now told herself angrily, in thinking about the man. He would never consider her in the light of a princess of Rusitania. And why should she want to abandon her father and her clinic anyway? It was no good. Finally, she went into the music room and attacked the piano in a passionate rendering of a Chopin scherzo. Although the music healed some of her frustrations, she closed the piano feeling profoundly depressed. Looking through the window at the wintry scene outside, she decided to interest herself a little further in Ivan's search for a suitable bride. At least that way she might enjoy a little bit more of his company. Chapter 4. Ivan was in high good humour as he returned to the Rusitanian embassy. "I rather think I may have found my princess," he confided to Yuri, as he changed from his formal suit and slipped into his silk dressing gown, before sitting down to enjoy a cup of tea and cucumber sandwiches. That evening he would again have to don military uniform for yet another diplomatic reception. Yuri did not appear very interested as he inspected the prince's suit before putting it away. "You should see her," he continued, relaxing into the comfortable chair. "The most astonishing eyes. Quite lovely." He sipped his tea thoughtfully for a moment. "I shall court her in the established manner. I shall talk to Algy Montmorency. You will recall the Honourable Algernon, Yuri? He visited us while I was at Oxford. If you remember, Prince, I did not have the honour to work for you then," Yuri replied a little sulkily. "Oh, of course. Stupid of me." Ivan helped himself to another cucumber sandwich and watched his valet place that evening's uniform ready. A reminiscent smile crossed his face. "I found no one approaching a suitability in Paris, but here, almost as soon as I arrived, the perfect choice has presented itself. Someone with all the attributes I have been seeking. I believe that I fell in love with her at first sight, or certainly at second," he laughed. "I feel light as air, Yuri. I shall try and sweep this English rose back to Rusitania." "You seem happy enough in Paris," commented Yuri as he checked the polish on the prince's dress boots. "In Paris? I was on holiday." He rose and began to pace the room. "After all, I was not very long back from the war. I think I deserved it, don't you?" Yuri placed the boots next to the uniform. "Life hasn't been easy for any of us," he muttered. "And I forced you to leave that enchanting little girl you found along the corridor of our hotel in Paris. I am sorry, Yuri." He thought for a moment. "Perhaps you can persuade her to visit Rusitania, perhaps for Christmas?" Yuri looked startled. "You plan to go back so quickly, Prince?" "If my wooing goes as well as I hope, yes. I do not want to leave my country too long." Ivan gazed out of the window. It was almost dark, and the leafless trees below looked stark. He had an image of Rosalind's blue eyes and sweet face, framed in ermine, going to the cathedral for midnight service on Christmas Eve. He realized that he needed a bride for more than her looks and dowry. He remembered the delight his parents had in each other's company, the way they knew exactly what the other was thinking, and the warmth in their eyes as they looked at each other, and the tenderness in their voices. That was what he needed for himself. Little Rosalind Dampier seemed to have exactly the sort of qualities that might make his dream. He began to make plans for his wooing. As soon as he could find him, Ivan consulted with Algy. "Rosalind Dampier. I say, old chap, you've got the goods there all right. Old Lord Dampier has a fortune the size of Mont Blanc, and she's his only child. Keep a close watch on her. All fortune hunters strictly warned off." The two of them were in the embassy guest suite, where Ivan was being fitted for an overcoat and a country tweed suit. "Beats me how you managed an introduction. Lady Cecilia Beaumont, the Earl of Yarlington's daughter, invited me to a party, and she was there." Ivan twisted round to see the back of the overcoat. "Did she? By George! How did you manage that? Cecilia has never invited me to any luncheon, or anything else come to that. You know Lady Cecilia Algy?" Ivan allowed the tailor to remove the overcoat and replace it with the suit jacket, tacked and marked in chalk. "We more or less grew up together. Her mater and mine were the best of friends. Don't you know? Suggested we made a match of it at one time." Ivan knew well that showgirls and actresses were the females his friend felt comfortable with. With girls of his own background, he grew inarticulate and awkward. "Would that have pleased you, to make a match with Lady Cecilia?" "Would not have pleased either of us. She's too much of a brain box for me, and she thinks I'm a bonehead. Pleasant bonehead, though. Don't get me wrong. We're good pals. But she's dedicated to being a diplomat's escort, and that air is too rarefied for me." He thought for a moment, swinging a long leg as he slouched on the arm of a chair. "Did ask me to luncheon once, and I went. Most boring time of my life. Room full of old chaps and their wives talking about Eastern Europe. Something to do with her pater, the Earl. Reckoned I was asked along as a sort of partner for Cecilia. Thanked her afterwards, of course, but said if she was looking for someone to do that sort of thing, I wasn't the man, don't you know." Ivan thought of the tall, handsome 30-something, Sir Guy Anstruther, who had been sitting opposite Cecilia at the luncheon. He could see Sir Guy and Lady Cecilia making a match of it, where the Honourable Algy would indeed be the famous square peg in a round hole. "It was very kind of Lady Cecilia to arrange the luncheon party for me," said Ivan, approving the cut of his jacket. "It was there that I met the lovely Miss Dampier. No doubt she was flattered to have the attention of a prince," Algernon remarked with no hint of jealousy. Ivan shrugged his shoulders. "Perhaps, but I do need to pay her some attention, Algy. I need to invite her to some function, but not a reception. Some event which is pleasurable, and where we can talk. I cannot afford a long, drawn-out wooing." His friend shook his head. "I suppose I should wish you luck, Ivan, instead of thinking that you're putting your head into a noose, even if it is one made of gold thread." "Ah, I say, well, that's rather good, isn't it? Gold thread, because the little Dampier girl is so ruddy rich."
Ivan sighed. Very good, Algy. But what I want is a suggestion from you for entertaining Miss Dampier. Of course, yes, of course. Let's think now. The music hall's no good, of course, and since it's winter, a picnic or a boating expedition won't do. He mused for a moment, and then his face lit up. I'll tell you what, Ivan. There's rather a good little steeplechase scheduled for a few days' time, and not too far from London either. A steeplechase? A race meeting over the Styx. Good fun and fashionable too. Papa Dampier, Lord Dampier that is, would not blink an eye at his little girl being asked there. Not if she was in a party with a chaperone. A party? Ivan thought for a moment. You would come, Algy? And I should ask Lady Cecilia, as, after all, it was she who introduced us. And there was her aunt at the luncheon, Lady Broadstairs. Ah, she's the Earl's sister. Cecilia drags her in when a chaperone is required. That is, if she's not resident at the Broadstairs estate in the Midlands. The outing was quickly arranged. Algy checked the date in his pocket diary, and Ivan immediately penned letters of invitation, then summoned Yuri to take them round by hand. Ivan returned from another diplomatic reception at 10 o'clock, having endured several hours of boredom. He removed his cloak with a sigh of relief. Yuri appeared as if from nowhere, took the cloak and whispered to him, Prince, the Countess awaits you in the salon. Ivan looked at him in surprise. Countess Lewinsky? No, Prince, Countess Natasha. Countess Natasha? He repeated in bewilderment. You cannot be serious. She isn't even in England. Prince, she is in the salon. She is most anxious to speak to you. She has been waiting for more than an hour. An hour? Ivan found it difficult to believe that Natasha would wait an hour for anybody or anything. She has been served wine. Should I order another refreshment for you? No, Yuri, Ivan snapped as he strode to the salon. Natasha sat in a chair by the fire. She put down her glass, rose to her feet and held out her hands. Ivan, at last! She was wearing a low-cut gown in black velvet that clung to her curves. Her flame-coloured hair was piled on top of her head in a way that revealed her long neck and framed her face. She looked as beautiful as Ivan had ever seen her. Natasha, Ivan said without emotion, what has brought you to London? Her green eyes shone bright as jewels. Her perfect skin was pale as ivory, her pouting mouth deep crimson. I came because I cannot bear life without you. She uttered the words simply and without artifice. Ivan removed his ceremonial sword, threw it onto a side table, and then cast himself into a chair. Really? He infused the word with deep cynicism. In a soft rustle of velvet, Natasha sank to the floor before him and took his hands in hers. Have you forgotten everything we once were to each other? She looked so lusciously vulnerable that he, despite himself, felt something stir deep within him. She sensed it immediately and cast her head down on his knees, gripping his hands tightly. Oh, my darling, you must remember how much I love you. She looked into his face, her eyes full of feeling. No one has ever meant as much to me. Ivan could only remember the way she had cast him off for his cousin, Peter. He had a sudden vision of the two of them together at the signing of the treaty, and pushed her roughly away. Get up, Natasha. Have you really lost all sense of dignity? He cried, his voice raw with disgust. She lay still on the floor. Embarrassed, Ivan rose to his feet and stepped over her. He strode over to the bell and rang for a servant. You are leaving, Natasha, he insisted. When the footman comes, you will ask him to bring you your wrap. She rose in a single graceful movement, and there were tears brimming in her eyes. Ivan stood by the fire and gazed implacably at her. A footman entered. You rang, Your Royal Highness? Natasha's expression became glacial. I am leaving. Please bring my wrap and find me a cab, she muttered.
As the footman left, she turned back to Ivan. "You will regret this," she spat at him, her eyes narrow with hate. Ivan banished a last, lingering regret. "I think not, Natasha." 3 days later, a happy party was driven in the Rusitanian embassy's large coach to the steeplechase. Cecilia, Lady Broadstairs, and Rosalind all had been happy to accept Ivan's invitation, and Algy was there too. As the coach bowled along, Ivan was pleased with how well everything was going. The day was fine and crisp, but not too cold, and the embassy chaise was comfortable and in good repair. As soon as they had arrived in Belgrave Square to pick up Rosalind from her father's mansion, Ivan realised that his memory had not played him false. Her eyes were as large and blue as he remembered, and her face as heart-shaped, her mouth just as sweet. She was wearing a fur-trimmed, fine-wool suit in a blue that matched her eyes, and she smiled up at him from beneath a broad-brimmed hat with heart-warming candour. "This is so nice," she sighed as he helped her into the coach. "Why, it's Algy," she added as Ivan arranged a rug round her knees. "We met at a dance party last month." Algy muttered something about being grateful that she had remembered, and they proceeded to Mayfair to pick up Cecilia and her aunt. If Ivan had been delighted that his memory had not played him false over Rosalind's look, he was taken aback at how much more attractive Cecilia was than he recalled. As she came into the hall at Beaumont House, he realised that her eyes were even larger than Rosalind's. Her nose might be tip-tilted, but it gave her a delightful gamine air that softened his memory of a vital intelligence, and her wide mouth smiled appealingly. She wore an amber-coloured suit in soft tweed that set off her pale golden hair, smoothly arranged beneath a rakish, shako-shaped hat, and the effect was striking. "Thank you so much for the lovely flowers you sent to me after the luncheon," enthused Cecilia. "I so enjoyed arranging them." Ivan thought just how delightful she looked as she smiled at him. She might not be as pretty as Rosalind, but her dimples were very attractive. "It is so kind of you to invite Aunt Mary and me to the steeplechase," Cecilia added, as they waited for Lady Broadstairs to join them. Ivan, who had feared that including her aunt as convention required would mean reining in their spirits, soon found that Lady Broadstairs could be life and soul of any party. She and Cecilia swapped many intriguing stories of racehorses and hunts, and even Algy contributed. Only Rosalind sat silently in a corner of the coach, smiling sweetly and laughing when everyone else did. Once or twice Ivan wondered if she had actually understood what they were laughing at, but it did not matter. She was the most sympathetic female he had met for a long time. The contrast between her and Natasha could not be more striking. "Why is the meeting called a steeplechase?" asked Rosalind as they arrived at the small racecourse, and the coach stopped in a spot where they could see the action. All around them were more coaches. The first race was not due just yet, and the embassy coachman and groom brought out a picnic basket filled with endless delicacies and bottles of champagne. It was Algy who answered Rosalind's question. "It's because in the old days the races used to be run over the countryside, from the steeple of one church to the steeple of another, Miss Dampier. Such cross-country races are still held, of course." "By the hunts, you mean?" added Lady Broadstairs. "We have some cracking hunts around my place. I still hunt, you know." She turned to Ivan. "Do you?" "Whenever I can. It's very different in my country. There we usually hunt the boar rather than the fox." "Shall we now take a walk round the course, Miss Dampier?" proposed Algy. "Let's all go," came in Cecilia. After a short stroll among the other racegoers, they returned to the coach for a picnic before climbing onto the roof to watch the first race. Halfway through the day, Ivan whispered to Algy, "Thanks, old man. This was a terrific idea. I can see why you're so attracted, old boy. She's a sweet little thing." Ivan nodded and tried to feel as enthusiastic about Rosalind as he had that very morning. In truth, Her lack of conversation and seeming inability to provide anything but her charming presence was beginning to pall a little. Still, perhaps her lack of conversation was because Cecilia and Lady Broadstairs were both such stimulating company. Ivan told himself that Rosalind was probably shy. He must try and draw her out after all. He should be able to mould her into the very kind of wife he required. All too soon it was time for the last race. As they had earlier, the party went to see the runners parade before gathering on the course for the off. "Oh, do look at that darling little horse," Rosalind called out as they studied the animals that made up the field. "He's got the sweetest ears." Cecilia surveyed the horse with a practised eye. "Back's too long," she said. "Rosalind, look at that grey instead. He's much more the real thing." Ivan, studying the runners, agreed with Cecilia and was impressed with her eye for the points of a horse. Soon it was time to return to the coach for the race, and somehow he found that Algy now was escorting Lady Broadstairs and Rosalind, whilst he walked beside Cecilia. Talking happily about horses, they were nearing the church when there came the thunder of galloping hooves and a growing sound of cries that turned into screams. It all happened so quickly that later Ivan found it difficult to disentangle exactly what had happened. All he was sure of was that, hearing the screams, he looked behind and saw a runaway horse galloping straight for them. Without time to think, Ivan swept up Cecilia in his arms and then threw them both out of the way of the crazed animal. For a minute, Ivan lay, gasping, on the ground, with Cecilia's soft body on top of his. Her light fragrance drifted into his nostrils, and for a brief moment it was as if the crowds, all the shouting, the screams, and the hardness of the ground, had vanished, and the two of them floated on a cloud in some heavenly space, quite alone. Then they were surrounded by people, eager to help, and Ivan came back to earth. Cecilia was gently lifted off him, and concerned voices asked if they were injured. I'm fine," said Ivan, rising up. "A bruise or two, no more. Lady Cecilia, are you injured?" He was desperately concerned. No, I don't think so. What happened?" she asked, seeming a little dazed. "It's that derned horse," said a racing enthusiast. "Went clean off his head. Tell you, missus, you're lucky. If it hadn't been for this gentleman, you'd been a goner. It came straight for you." Cecilia looked at Ivan. "Thank you," she murmured. "It seems I owe you my life." Ivan felt embarrassed. "It was nothing, as long as you are unhurt." "What about the horse?" she asked. Later, Ivan thought how splendid it was of her to worry about the horse that had come so near to killing her. At the same time, someone ran up and said breathlessly, "The horse has run down a boy, and he looks real bad." The speaker indicated a spot a little way off where more racegoers were crowding around. In the far distance, Ivan caught sight of the horse, now safely in the custody of several race officials. There was no sign of the rider. "Injured?" asked Cecilia. "Come, show me where he is. Have you sent for a doctor?" Gathering her skirts together in one hand, she set off, running across the rough ground. Ivan quickly followed. They reached the scene of the incident, and Cecilia moved through the crowds with calm authority, clearing a path to where the boy lay. He was unconscious and frighteningly white, with one of his legs lying at a most peculiar angle. Cecilia knelt beside him. "I wouldn't touch him, ma'am," came in an elderly bystander. "A doctor should be here soon." Suddenly there was Algy with Rosalind and Lady Broadstairs. "You need not worry," he said. "Lady Cecilia has had medical training." "Oh, how dreadful! Oh, the poor little boy!" moaned Rosalind, her hand to her mouth. "We knew something awful must have happened. Oh, but at least it isn't either of you." She glanced at Ivan with an expression of concern as an official rushed up. "Oh, this is terrible," he said, wiping his brow. "And the doctor has just had to take another accident victim to hospital." "Same horse?" "No, some chap fell and hurt his back. In agony, apparently." Cecilia paid no attention to all this chatter. Are the boy's parents here?" she demanded. A man pushed through the crowd. His well-cut suit and top hat identified him as someone of standing. "Philip? Is it Philip?" he was saying in a worried voice. "The boy wanted to see the horses before the last race. I said I'd join him." Then he saw the boy lying on the ground and cast himself down beside him. "Oh, Philip," he groaned. "I think it's a broken leg and concussion," advised Cecilia gently. "Since he's unconscious, I've been able to manipulate the leg into its proper position. It seems to be a clean break, and that stone there, I think he must have caught that with his head as he fell."
"His leg was hit by one of that horse's hooves," volunteered a man in the crowd. "I saw it all, and right unfortunate he was."
His father's face was almost as white as his son's.
"Will he be all right?"
he asked tremulously. "We are going to need a couple of strong, straight sticks," said Cecilia.
"Leave it with me," a race official hastened off. "What about a hospital?" asked Ivan, impressed at the way Cecilia was managing this unpleasant situation, especially after she so nearly suffered the same fate as the boy. Cecilia looked up at Ivan in faint surprise. It was almost as though she had forgotten he was there, and then she turned back to the stricken boy. "He must go to the nearest hospital immediately," she said. "I'll get my carriage as close as possible,"
said the father, as various voices eagerly gave instructions on how to find the local hospital. Soon the official was back with 2 straight pieces of wood that looked as though they were part of a fence. "Oh, ideal," sighed Cecilia. She whipped off her long chiffon scarf and, using her teeth, tore it into 3. Then she tied the sticks along each side of the broken leg into a makeshift splint. The boy's father came up with his carriage, and the official had produced a stretcher. Cecilia looked at Ivan. "Could you and Algy please, very carefully, put the boy onto the stretcher and carry it into the carriage?" Ivan was delighted to be able to do something to help. Under Cecilia's direction, the boy was placed onto the seat of the carriage. Immediately, he started to groan and move his head. "He's coming round," the father exclaimed with relief. He turned to Cecilia. "Please, please, will you come with us?" Cecilia looked at Ivan. He nodded. "We can follow on behind and pick you up at the hospital. I am sure your patient would benefit from you being with him all the way." So, Ivan's carefully planned day at the races ended with his party waiting outside the local hospital for Cecilia. At least it enabled Ivan to get to know Rosalind a little better, and to find out that her conversation failed to extend beyond inconsequentials. Had she any mind of her own at all? He wondered. Chapter 5. Finally able to leave the hospital, Cecilia then felt unusually tired. It was a most emotional end, she thought, to an exceptionally enjoyable day. However, she was touched by the way Ivan helped her into his coach, tucked a travelling rug around her knees, and offered her brandy from his flask. She thanked him for his offer, but said she would be fine without it. Then, for no good reason that she could understand, she had a sudden vision of him pulling her out of the way of the galloping horse, and her falling on top of him. With astonishing clarity, she felt again his strong body beneath hers. The only other man she had ever been so physically close to was her father, and the sensation of being held by Ivan had been deeply troubling. The firm muscles, the beat of his heart, the way his arms had held her so close to him, all rushed back to her, and she could feel a blush rising up through her neck and flooding her face. Grateful for the darkness inside the carriage, she sank back against the cushions, closed her eyes, and tried to control her breathing. "How is the poor little boy? Will he be all right?" Rosalind inquired in her little girl voice. Cecilia opened her eyes back to reality. "Oh, I think so. He had regained consciousness by the time I left, and a surgeon was about to set his leg properly." She smiled to herself in the darkness as she recalled how complimentary the doctor had been about the way she had arranged the boy's splint.
"Could not have done it better myself," he praised her, looking at her curiously. Did you say that you had studied medicine, Miss
Cecilia Beaumont. They discussed her abortive attempt to become a doctor for a few moments. Then she had taken her leave, promising to inquire about the boy's progress the next day. "I am sure Cecilia must be very tired," Lady Broadstairs said, in a tone that brooked no argument. "I think we should allow her to collect herself in peace." "It has all been very dramatic," breathed Rosalind with an air of helplessness.
"Algy," asked Ivan, "do you know what happened to the rider of that runaway horse?"
"I didn't see the rider, old chap. All I could see was a riderless animal running amok. Took more than 3 officials to take him in hand."
Cecilia tried to think back to the commotion that had suddenly arisen. As Ivan had thrown them both out of the way, she had only a brief glimpse of the runaway horse. "I am sure that when it rushed on us, there was a jockey on its back," she mumbled. She could sense Ivan's attention sharpen.
"You are certain, Lady Cecilia?"
She thought back again to that terrifying moment. Yes, I'm sure."
"He must have fallen off,"
suggested Algy. "It was galloping so fast," said Rosalind. "I hope he wasn't hurt."
"I'll make inquiries tomorrow," added Algy with a yawn. "My, all that fresh air has been quite enervating."
"I am not tired at all," pronounced Rosalind.
"I am happy to hear it," volunteered Ivan. "Please, Miss Dampier, what is the most interesting experience now in London? I mean, exhibitions, concerts, and the theatre."
Rosalind was happy to produce some ideas. Algy came up with a few more, and even Lady Broadstairs was able to contribute, and the conversation grew lively. Eventually, Cecilia was able to take part, but by the time the carriage drew up outside Beaumont House, she had seldom been more relieved to arrive home. Ivan escorted her into the hall. As he bade her farewell, he kissed her hand.
"I do apologize, Lady Cecilia, for the way our day ended. It was not at all what I planned, but I admired the way you conducted yourself. That young boy was indeed very fortunate you were on hand, and I shall call tomorrow morning so that I may satisfy myself you have not suffered as a result of all this trauma."
Cecilia tried to dismiss the thrill that ran through her at the prospect of seeing him again so soon, and at the touch of his lips on her hand. "Oh, Prince Ivan, there is no need. I promise you I have not suffered at all. However, I should be delighted to see you," she added quickly. In the hall light, she was able to see his face clearly for the first time since they had left the hospital. His intense blue eyes seemed mesmerizing as they looked carefully into hers, as though checking that she was telling him the truth. Then the sweetness of his smile took her aback. He had such a commanding air and seemed so in control that a touch of uncertainty in his expression was disarming. "You must not keep the others waiting," she told him, conscious of her aunt still in the carriage.
"Oh, of course, Lady Cecilia,"
he answered smoothly, gave her a little bow, and left. As the heavy front door closed behind him, Cecilia felt strangely bereft. She thought of him re-entering the carriage, and the jokes and laughter that would ensue, and for an instant she wished she was still there with them. Then her normal composure returned, and she told herself to stop being ridiculous. She was so tired. It was as much as she could do to climb upstairs to bed, which in itself was strange, as she had spent many days expending much more energy at the clinic than had been required of her that day. It must, she told herself, be something to do with having to employ her medical skills in such a strange place. Just before she slipped into bed, she had a sudden vision of Ivan's sweet smile as he bade her good night. Would he, she now wondered, fulfill his promise of calling on her the following morning? She had intended to visit the clinic, but maybe it would not matter if she waited until late morning before arriving there. Cecilia woke early and dressed quickly. She shared a breakfast with her father and saw him after his day at the Foreign Office. Then she went to the study, where she tried to deal with a large pile of correspondence. Once again, her usually disciplined mind wandered, so she got up and checked that the fire had been lit in the morning room and that the flowers were fresh. Then she abandoned her letters and picked up the menu the chef had sent up for a diplomatic dinner she and her father were to hold the following evening. Before she had finished working through the dishes, she had risen again and gone over to the newly installed telephone in the hall. Calling up the operator, she asked to be put through to the hospital. The report she received on the boy was satisfactory, and she had no reason not to return to her desk. Soon, she found herself gazing out of the window at the bare trees and thinking of nothing. With an effort, Cecilia brought her mind back to the matters in hand, approved the chef's menu, and then turned to the list of items her clinic required. There were so many of them, and she needed to see if she could not manage to cut down on the total. Gradually, Cecilia became aware that, instead of concentrating on quantities of bandages, she was listening for sounds of a visitor in the hall. At 11 o'clock, the butler knocked, entered, and asked if she would like to be served with morning coffee. Just as she was deciding not to wait for a possible visit from Ivan before coffee, there came the long-awaited knock on the door. But the card the footman brought in was not that of Prince Ivan, but of Rosalind Dampier. "Of course I am at home," agreed Cecilia swiftly, refusing to admit to herself how disappointed she was. She went out to the hall to greet Rosalind. They kissed, and Cecilia led her into the morning room where the fire was burning brightly, and the display of flowers released a sweet scent into the air. Rosalind was full of apologies for calling. "But I needed to see you were indeed all right, dear Cecilia," she intoned. "Do say if this is inconvenient, as I do know how busy you always are. Merely a small matter of supplies for my clinic, nothing that cannot wait. Please do sit down, Rosalind. Coffee will be with us soon. Are you really not too exhausted? And how is the little boy?" Cecilia assured her that she had not suffered at all, and that the boy was making good progress. "Oh, I'm so pleased," Rosalind rambled on. Coffee arrived, and the butler poured it out. It was such a lovely day, until that horrid moment the runaway horse appeared. Oh, everything was quite perfect. Oh, thank you so much for asking me to your luncheon for Prince Ivan. Rosalind glanced down at her lap as if suddenly shy. "I do like him awfully." Cecilia now faced the fact that her plan to introduce Prince Ivan to a suitable bride had, in one direction at least, succeeded rather well. Nobody could be prettier, more malleable, or richer than Rosalind Dampier, and it seemed as though Rosalind was already more than half in love with the dashing prince. So Cecilia smiled at her young friend and replied, "I'm so glad, Rosalind, and I think he must like you, or he would not have asked you to the steeplechase." Rosalind raised her pale blue eyes to Cecilia. "But he also asked you, and I think he paid you just as much attention as he did me. I was only asked because I was the hostess at the event where he met you. You know that social decorum requires that a guest first met at such a function cannot be asked to another without the hostess being included." Rosalind looked relieved. "Do tell me all about Rusitania, Cecilia. You went there, didn't you, with your parents?" Cecilia nodded and found herself launching into an ecstatic account of Rusitania's glorious countryside, as well as its picturesque towns and villages. "And the people are so charming. I don't think I have ever been anywhere where everyone is so helpful and so full of character. It's as if they are perfectly at ease with themselves and want visitors to be as happy as they are." Rosalind looked intrigued. "I would love to go there. If I have the opportunity to meet Prince Ivan again, I shall ask him all about his country." Cecilia took a deep breath. "I am intending to ask the prince to come down to Yarlington, our country estate, for next weekend. If you haven't anything else planned, Rosalind, would you care to come too?" The girl coloured in a charming way. "Oh, Cecilia, I would love that. I shall ask Mamma as soon as I get home if I may accept." She rose. And I must go now. I have taken up enough of your valuable time as it is." At that moment the footman entered with another calling card on his silver salver.
"Prince Ivan of Rusitania asks if you are at home, my lady."
At last! Cecilia rose and tried not to show her pleasure. "Show His Royal Highness in, please." Ivan entered. He was dressed in a formal suit with a dark blue silk tie. With his dark hair and intense blue eyes, he looked so debonair. Cecilia at once found another odd little tremor run through her heart.
"Lady Cecilia, I am sorry to be so late calling. My ambassador needed a meeting on some affairs of state."
He took Cecilia's hand and bowed over it, this time not quite kissing it. Cecilia found she was deeply disappointed. She tried to tell herself that he must have received instruction as to the correct procedure in England, perhaps from his ambassador.
"May I inquire if you have suffered any ill effects from yesterday's unfortunate incident?"
"Prince Ivan, I am in full health. There have been no after-effects, I'm glad to say. Like you, Miss Dampier has been kind enough to call to see if I am quite well." Until that particular moment, it seemed that Ivan had not noticed Rosalind. For an instant, he seemed taken aback, but only for an instant. Then he took her outstretched hand and hovered over it in the same way he had over Cecilia's.
"The beautiful Miss Dampier," he sighed. "I hope I find you in good health as well. It was so kind of you to afford me the pleasure of your company yesterday."
Rosalind flushed most charmingly and assured him that she was very well. "I was just on the point of leaving when you were announced," she added, sounding sad.
"Then I wish even more that I had arrived earlier."
For a moment Rosalind hovered, obviously wishing to stay longer, and then her good manners prevailed, and she said a final farewell to Cecilia. "Goodbye, Prince Ivan," she cooed. "I do hope that we shall meet again soon."
"I also,"
he answered, and moved to open the door for her, but Cecilia had already rung for the footman to show Rosalind out and to bring fresh coffee. "A delightful girl," commented Cecilia as the door closed behind her friend. "I hope you have the time to take coffee with me, Prince Ivan." He sat in the chair she indicated and looked around.
"What a lovely room! Your dining and drawing rooms are magnificent, but this is so
comfortable," laughed Cecilia. "My mamma and I wanted a room that was informal and received the morning sun, where we could greet our friends and be, I think the right word to use is, cosy." She glanced around at the chintz-covered furniture, the pretty porcelain ornaments that decorated Sheraton side tables. The fireplace had a white marble surround, but was lined with blue Delft tiles.
"Cosy," he repeated. "Yes, that is just what it is. Sometimes, you know, one can tire of magnificence."
Cecilia smiled and felt herself relax with him. "I know what you mean. I attend so many formal functions with my papa that frequently I long for a small supper with friends where we can just be ourselves and not have to always worry about saying the right thing to the right person or have to remember who everybody is." Ivan gave a shout of laughter.
"My dear Cecilia, so often I feel exactly the same way. That is why I tried to make yesterday's outing as informal as possible. I was so upset when it ended the way it did."
The coffee then arrived, and Ivan was supplied with a cup. He looked very much at home. "Rosalind wanted me to tell her about Rusitania," smiled Cecilia. "She did so enjoy herself yesterday, until the advent of the runaway horse, that is."
"Which reminds me, how is the young boy? You said you would be checking at the hospital this morning."
Cecilia then realized that this was a man who cared about other people. "He's doing well," she told him. Then she continued, a little diffidently. "My father and I were wondering if you would care to spend a weekend with us in the country. We should love to be able to return the hospitality your parents afforded us when we had the pleasure of visiting your country." Ivan put down his coffee cup.
"Lady Cecilia,
Cecilia did not allow him to continue. It was as though she was afraid he might refuse. "There will be hunting, if you care to participate, and Papa would love to be able to discuss Rusitania with you. He has mentioned that he would like to talk to you about developing your graphite deposits."
Graphite? Ivan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Earl is acquainted with minerals?
Cecilia smiled. "My father has a deep interest in a very wide range of subjects."
"I would indeed like a discussion with your father. It is extremely kind of you to invite me, and I accept with pleasure."
"Good. And I am hoping that Rosalind will be able to come as well."
"Miss Dampier is charming, of course. It will be delightful to see her again."
Cecilia was rather surprised that he did not sound as excited by the prospect as she had expected. Was he maybe not as enchanted by her as Rosalind was by him? "And I hope that we shall have no runaway horses on our estate," Cecilia added with a smile. It was as if the remark had a poisoned dart.
"Why should you say that?"
Ivan asked sharply. All at once, instead of the charming man she had felt relaxed with, Cecilia saw Prince Ivan, the man used to commanding men, both on the battlefield and with affairs of state. I'm sorry," she stammered. "That was ill-judged of me. I meant no offence, Your Royal Highness." He waved his hand as if to dismiss her concerns.
"You were right to mention the matter. I think I have not given it enough consideration."
He thought for a moment, then added,
"Perhaps, Lady Cecilia, I should not, after all, come to your country home."
Cecilia felt a distinct stab of disappointment, and could not stop herself saying, "Why ever not?" At once she saw a possible reason for his change of heart, and stammered, I assure you, you will be quite safe there."
"It was not, I did not intend to suggest that I would not be."
He seemed to make a rapid decision.
"Of course I shall come. And now I must take my leave, with many thanks for your hospitality."
The rapport Cecilia felt had existed between them had vanished, as had the charm he had previously shown. She felt bewildered, and wished now that she had not issued the invitation for the weekend. Would, she wondered, this new version of Prince Ivan send round a polite letter of refusal at the last moment, with the excuse that some affair of state had arisen? Once he had left, Cecilia sat down again, feeling depressed. What had started as a highly enjoyable encounter had ended in what she read as a rejection of herself and her hospitality. The footman entered with an envelope that had just been delivered. Opening it, Cecilia drew out an embossed card that invited both her and her father to the private view of an exhibition of folk art at the Voskian embassy. When Cecilia showed it to her father later, he said, "I shall be very pleased to go. I remember Voskia with almost as much pleasure as Rusitania." Maybe Prince Ivan will be there as well. Cecilia did not know whether she wanted him to be there or not. His sudden change of mood that morning still perplexed her.
"Please accept the invitation," insisted the Earl.
The Voskian embassy was small, but had a certain style. Almost as soon as Cecilia and her father arrived, a distinguished man with swept-back blonde hair and eagle features came up to them. He wore military uniform, heavy with medals, and a scarlet sash over his shoulder. He clicked his heels and gave a small bow.
"Your lordship and Lady Cecilia, I am flattered you have deigned to visit our little exhibition."
"Of course," answered the Earl. "I believe I address Prince Peter of Voskia. Some years ago I met your parents, and greatly admired your country."
"Indeed, I remember your visit, sir. You had with you your wife and your so beautiful daughter."
Prince Peter gave Cecilia a dazzling smile.
"I was very sorry to hear that your wife had passed away, but I am delighted you admire Voskia. Come, may I take you round the exhibition and explain our art?" He snapped his fingers at a nearby waiter, and they were presented with glasses of excellent champagne. Cecilia was happy to be escorted around by this charismatic figure. She listened to the prince explaining the myths and legends that lay behind the almost pointillist folk art that was displayed on the walls. It was an enchanting style, and she told him so.
Lady Cecilia, I am pleased to hear you say so. My country struggles for recognition and for international trade. I am hoping that this exhibition will help attract foreign buyers. I expect your recent conflict with Rusitania must have been a drain on your country's finances, remarked the Earl, looking keenly at Peter. He shrugged his shoulders. It was unfortunate, a misjudgment both by myself and Prince Ivan, my cousin. He is reckless, he does not think about consequences, I am afraid. However, I am hopeful we can repair the damage to our relationship. He is indeed a charming fellow, though something of a womanizer. No doubt he will settle down in time.
Cecilia listened to this with dismay. Was Prince Ivan really a womanizer? Was he the sort of man who would charm a girl and then discard her? The way he had failed to respond to Rosalind's obvious enchantment with him the other day suggested that he might be. However, Cecilia did not feel that Prince Peter was being honest about the conduct of the war between Voskia and Rusitania. As she understood the conflict, Voskia had blatantly invaded Rusitania, and Prince Ivan had had no choice but to defend his homeland. Maybe he was being equally inaccurate in his snide remarks about his cousin. Cecilia recalled meeting the Prince and Princess of Voskia. Much older than their close relations in Rusitania, they had lacked their charm. Their hospitality had been stiff, and the 17-year-old Cecilia had quickly become bored. When Prince Peter had arrived for luncheon, she had hoped for some entertaining talk. Instead, he had soon disappeared with a weak excuse that had upset his parents. Cecilia had decided it was because he had found her plain and uninteresting. In the years between then and now, Prince Peter had clearly discovered charm. Like his cousin, he had the ability to make the person he was speaking to think they were the most interesting in the room. Despite her many reservations, Cecilia found herself responding to his obvious admiration. She liked the glint in his eyes and the way he held himself. Above all, she was flattered by the way he gave the impression he now considered her an attractive woman. Cecilia was accustomed to respect and to affection, but rarely did she meet with the sort of admiration that Prince Peter was now according her. It was very seductive. Then, coming towards them, she saw one of the most stunning women she had ever set eyes on. Luxuriant, flame-coloured hair was piled on top of her head and set off with an aigrette of white feathers. She was wearing a green gown that matched her green eyes and showed off her curvaceous figure. She came up to the prince, linked her arm through his, and cooed, "Peter, do introduce me to your charming guests." Cecilia received a distinct impression that he would rather that his vision of loveliness had not appeared at that particular moment. However, he smiled dutifully.
"Please, Lady Cecilia and Lord Yarlington, allow me to introduce the Countess Natasha Balinskova."
Natasha extended her neatly shaped hand. "I am so pleased that you were able to come to our exhibition." The Countess was responsible for choosing all the artists and their work, and for gathering them together and for arranging this display. Prince Peter waved his hand at the works around them, and Cecilia was impressed. "It must have taken considerable effort," she said. "Can you tell me anything about the artists?" "I would very much like to." Natasha's English was faultless. Only a very slight accent betrayed the fact that it was not her mother tongue. "Shall we go round the room?" On this tour of the exhibits, Cecilia was treated to personal stories of the artists. "This is one of my real favourites." Natasha paused before a painting of a girl in national dress. She was in a flowery meadow with a brook running through it. On the other side was a young man in the leather shorts.
Cecilia remembered her visit to the country. There was an air of simplicity about the work, yet the clarity was superb. "The painter is now an old man," sighed Natasha. She slipped her arm through Cecilia's and leaned towards her in a confiding way. "All his life he wanted to paint. He sells the works to the villagers who buy them as wedding presents for their offspring, for he paints the stories they grow up with. He calls his paintings his children." "What is the story behind this one?" asked Cecilia. "Ah, this is a legend of doomed love. That little brook is the border between Voskia and Rusitania. The girl lives in Voskia, and the boy in Rusitania. Their parents will not let them marry because of the enmity between the two countries. One night, the boy wades across the stream and persuades the girl to come back with him. Once they are married, he says all this stupid business of being enemies will be put aside, and their families will be friends. But when they try to cross into Rusitania, an enormous storm comes up. The stream is flooded, and they both drown." Oh, how sad!" exclaimed Cecilia. "I am afraid many of our legends are sad." "Tell me," Cecilia asked impulsively, "why is there such enmity between Voskia and Rusitania?" Natasha gave her a forlorn smile. "Oh, that is too long a tale for an occasion such as this, but I am determined to bring Ivan and Peter together. I love both of them too much for such senseless conflict to continue." Cecilia had the impression of an intelligent, warm, and likeable woman. "Tell me," said Natasha, dropping her voice, "who is your couturier? I have been admiring your gown. I did not expect to be in London for so long, and I need to extend my wardrobe, but have no idea where to go. I have seen no one with style to match yours." "Why do I not take you there tomorrow?" Cecilia said impulsively, liking this sophisticated woman. "If you need a gown quickly, a personal introduction might help." An arrangement was made, and shortly afterwards Cecilia and the Earl took their leave. "I was very taken with the Countess, Papa," Cecilia admitted as they rode home in their comfortable carriage. "I had the impression that you were also taken with Prince Peter," teased her father. Cecilia laughed. "Were you not impressed with his charm, Papa?" The Earl paused for a long moment. "I think I would count the silver after a visit from him," he muttered finally. Chapter 6. Ivan sat at the desk in his suite at the embassy. In front of him was a piece of writing paper. He had every intention of writing a letter to Cecilia expressing profound regret that he was unable to accept her kind invitation for the weekend, but something seemed to be stopping him. Then a footman came in and announced that the Honourable Algy had called. Ivan sprang up in relief. "Excellent. Please show him into the small salon and bring a bottle of champagne." He pushed away the piece of writing paper. That could wait until later. "My dear fellow, how good of you to come," Ivan began as he entered the salon. "Have you any news from the racecourse?" "Don't waste time on preliminaries, do you, Ivan?" Algy grinned. Ivan threw himself into a chair. "Algy, this is serious. I found out yesterday that my cousin Peter is in London. He has been sending invitations to everyone who matters for some exhibition of Voskian folk art. Peter has never been interested in art. He can only be here for one reason, to plot against me." "I say, old fellow, steady on. Isn't the chap allowed to visit his own embassy without you suspecting him of foul motives?" The champagne arrived, and Ivan told the footman that he would pour it out himself, and as soon as they were alone he turned back to Algy. "You don't know my cousin Peter." The cork popped, and then Ivan filled 2 glasses and handed one to his friend. "The racecourse, Algy. Nothing doing there, old thing. They are all very regretful, but say no one was able to identify the horse or its rider. It seemed to disappear just before the boy was injured.
Onlookers said that the rider was thrown, got up without injury, and walked away. The horse was then abandoned, but here's the thing. When it was finally caught and unsaddled, there was a big prickly burr under the saddle. No wonder the poor animal went so berserk. It must have caused infinite pain. I'm not surprised it threw its jockey. Ivan sat up straight. Much more likely that he decided to jump. I think the whole thing was planned. Algy regarded him dubiously. Well, that's ridiculous, old boy. Ivan studied the polish on his boots before saying, I think I'm going to have to excuse myself from Lady Cecilia's invitation for the weekend. Well, where did that notion come from? Oh, for heaven's sake, Ivan, you can't do that. I've been invited too, and the lovely Rosalind is going to be there. Ivan waved a dismissive hand. He had already turned down an invitation to dine with Rosalind's parents, pleading a previous engagement. And I know Cecilia isn't exactly the prettiest girl in the world, and she is, I suppose, almost on the shelf. But my goodness, Ivan, she has as much money as any fella could ever wish for. Ivan sat up abruptly. Algy, you are a complete Philistine. Lady Cecilia is far more attractive than those silly little girls who think they are so pretty. I would call her stunning. She is also sophisticated and intelligent, not someone who simpers and doesn't have an original thought in her head. Algy stared at him for a moment. Oh, my friend. Oh, so that's the way the wind blows, eh? You are an idiot, Algy. So why are you turning down such an attractive invitation? Do you not see, Algy? If Peter is determined to assassinate me, I bring everyone I consort with into danger. Lady Cecilia might easily have been killed the other day. My dear old friend, down in the country where every stranger is noted by at least a dozen pairs of eyes, you could not be much safer. However, I'll tell you this. Even though you are a prince, you won't stand a chance with Cecilia. Her affections are already bespoke. She is engaged? Perhaps to that boor, Sir Guy, what was his name? Arbuthnot? Oh, you mean Sir Guy Anstruther. Oh, heavens, no, not him. Cecilia is devoted to her clinic. Clinic? What is that? Ivan listened dutifully as Algy told him all about Cecilia's clinic for the East End poor, how she had hoped to become a doctor and had undergone 3 years' training before her mother died, and how she had to abandon her ambition. So she founded the clinic instead, spends all her spare time there. Her mother left her wealthy in her own right, never mind the Yarlington millions she will inherit, and Cecilia spends both her own funds on the clinic and raises more from her well-heeled friends. Good heavens, I've even given her a donation or two myself. She makes it sound so worthwhile, don't you know? Ivan was impressed. His opinion of Cecilia, already growing, increased dramatically. What a really amazing girl she was. For a moment, Ivan allowed himself to think that, as far as this weekend went, his friend had reason on his side. He realized that he wanted to accept the invitation. Rosalind might prove herself to be naive, and he would die of boredom before he had trained her to the position of Princess of Rusitania, but he increasingly enjoyed talking to Cecilia. Perhaps Algy was right, that she was, as the English might put it, on the shelf, but the weekend could well be entertaining, especially now he knew how dedicated she was to her clinic. Ivan had been most affected at the way Cecilia had attended to the injured boy. If he had not recognized how tired she was as they drove home, he would have asked her how she had acquired her medical knowledge. A weekend at the Yarlington country estate would also give him the opportunity to converse with the Earl. He was a man of sense, knew Eastern Europe and its politics, and would undoubtedly be worth listening to. The mention of graphite tied in with what his ambassador had been telling him about mineral deposits in Rusitania. You are sure Cecilia will not be placed in danger if I accept her invitation, Algy? Can't see how your evil cousin can manage to get anywhere near her old boy. So, instead of writing a letter full of excuses for the Yarlington weekend, Ivan formally accepted the invitation and made a list of points to discuss with the Earl. On Friday morning, Yuri discussed with his master the clothes he should pack for Yarlington. "Do you wish to take your violin, Prince?" the valet asked, bringing the instrument through from the dressing-room. He carried the case with an air of expectation on the thin face that so often wore a discontented expression. Despite all the many calls on his time, Ivan had not neglected his violin, regularly practicing each morning. "Yes, Yuri, excellent idea. There would certainly be music in the evenings at Yarlington, and maybe his playing would impress Cecilia." He refused to consider why he should even wish to impress his hostess in this way. On the train, later that day, Ivan was dismayed to find Sir Guy Anstruther in his first-class compartment. He sensed that the other man was no more pleased to see him. "Prince Ivan, is it not? We must be travelling to the same destination." "Sir Guy, how pleasant to meet up with you again," replied Ivan, striving to inject enthusiasm into his voice. With his innate politeness, he then tried to develop a conversation with the man, at least hitting on politics and finding that Sir Guy intended to seek a seat in Parliament. With relief, Ivan was able to sit back and let Sir Guy educate him into how the English parliamentary system worked. They were collected at the station by a handsome carriage. "What a splendid house," Ivan commented as they were driven through a huge park full of deer and up a long drive towards a gracious mansion. Built of rose-coloured brick with Gothic windows, it lay long and low, surrounded by well-maintained gardens. At this time of the year, there were no flowers, but evergreens and sculptured hedges provided interest. Ivan found he was looking forward immensely to seeing his hostess, and was unreasonably upset when the dreaded Sir Guy eagerly strode up the very moment Cecilia appeared, and clasped her hand tenderly. "Cecilia, it's wonderful to see you," Sir Guy cooed, looking deep into her eyes. Whilst he stood modestly just inside the hall, Ivan watched her closely, and thought he was not mistaken in deciding that she was a little embarrassed by this approach. Indeed, she almost immediately gently removed her hand from Sir Guy's and turned to Ivan. "Your Royal Highness, it is so good of you to come and join us in our country retreat." Ivan clicked his heels and bowed over her hand, looking up at her face and thinking that Algy was quite wrong to call her plain. Her looks were not in any way conventional, but he contented himself by again calling her stunning. He found himself feeling protective of her in a way that was unusual for him. He wanted to hold her close and tell the rest of the world to keep away. He was staggered by this reaction, and so he tried to ignore it and merely asserted, "Lady Cecilia, I am so delighted to be here." She did not seem to have noticed anything strange in his manner, and brought forward a middle-aged woman standing at the back of the hall. "Can I introduce our housekeeper, Mrs. Palmer? I have told her, Prince Ivan, that I will have the honour to escort you to your room myself. Guy, perhaps you would care to accompany Mrs. Palmer?" Ivan silently congratulated her at having trumped the baronet for not allowing his lovelorn eagerness to take precedence over a royal highness at their arrival. Cecilia led him up a wide staircase. "This is such a lovely house," he muttered, looking at the graceful proportions, the attractive plasterwork, and endless paintings and furniture. Cecilia was genuinely pleased at his compliments. "I am glad you like it. My great-great-grandfather pulled down a ramshackle place that had grown higgledy-piggledy since medieval times to build it." "Higgledy-piggledy," repeated Ivan delightedly. "I don't have to ask you what it means. It is all in the sound of the word." Cecilia laughed, and Ivan remembered that she had often done so on the steeplechase outing, and it was a very musical laugh, and he found himself delighted to be enveloped in it again.
She showed him into a charming room where Yuri was already unpacking his cases. "I will leave you to settle in," said Cecilia. "Your valet will be able to acquaint you with the layout of the house. Come down when you are ready. We shall be in the drawing-room. And," she added with a mischievous look, "I expect to have a surprise for you." Ivan felt an unusual tingle of anticipation. He rid himself of the grime of the journey and went downstairs. He was shown by a footman into a large, sun-filled reception room. Cecilia came forward to welcome him. "Let me introduce you to our other guests," she began, taking him by the arm. Ivan felt an unexpected thrill at the touch of her slender hand on his arm. "Of course, you already know Sir Guy Anstruther." The man had managed to beat him downstairs, a small fact which Ivan found inexplicably annoying, but Sir Guy looked equally annoyed at having to break off what seemed to be a deep conversation with their hostess when Ivan was announced. "And here is my aunt, Lady Broadstairs, whom you already know, and my father." Ivan bowed to Lady Broadstairs and held out his hand to the Earl. But Lady Cecilia did not allow Ivan to develop a conversation with either of them, as she swept him on to greet the other two guests. "No need to introduce Algy, and here is another who needs no introduction. I am sure you will be pleased to see Miss Dampier again." Rosalind was looking very attractive in a dress of pink crepe de chine that swirled deliciously around her small body, and Ivan felt again some of the appeal she had had for him at Cecilia's luncheon party. "We are so sorry, my parents and I, that you were not able to join us for dinner the other night," she said, smiling up at him. "Affairs of the state, I am afraid," he answered with one of those special smiles he found eased his way out of the most awkward moments with females. "I have been longing to talk to you about your country," purred Rosalind. "Why not take Prince Ivan over there?" suggested Cecilia, waving in the direction of two small armchairs in a corner of the room. She then, with a small nod and a smile, returned to her conversation with Sir Guy. Algy, with a regretful shrug at losing his pretty conversationalist, had joined the Earl and Lady Broadstairs. So Ivan sat down with Rosalind and embarked on a description of Rusitania. It was a subject he found easy to expound upon, especially when such a pretty face looked adoringly at him, and its owner seemed to hang on his every word. Then the drawing-room door opened, and a new guest appeared. Ivan stopped dead in the middle of a description of his country's spectacular mountains, and felt deep shock. "The Countess Balenskova," intoned the footman. In swept Natasha. She wore a dark grey silk outfit, buttoned up the front to a high neck that framed her beautiful face. A silver fox stole hung negligently over one shoulder, and managed not to seem out of place in the well-heated drawing-room. "Countess," called Lady Cecilia, advancing to greet her, "I am so pleased you could accept our invitation." "Most kind of you," replied Natasha throatily. "I am so honoured to be in your beautiful home, and to meet once more the illustrious Lord Yarlington." She offered him her hand, and was then introduced to Lady Broadstairs, Algy, and Sir Guy, who seemed to be entranced by this sophisticated foreign beauty. Ivan, who rose on her entry, thought that Natasha was like some exotic bird arriving in a new land, dazzling everyone with her singular beauty. Even while he felt her magnetism, though, he was furiously angry that she should be there. Why? What had brought her? He felt a chill run down his spine. "Who is she?" whispered Rosalind, as caught in the spell Natasha wove as everyone else. With a sense of impending doom, Ivan saw Cecilia advance towards them with the newcomer. Cecilia introduced Natasha to Rosalind, then added, "Of course, you already know His Royal Highness, Prince Ivan." There was a satisfied note in her voice that puzzled Ivan. It was as if Natasha had somehow been asked here by Cecilia because he himself was to be there. Ivan bowed over Natasha's hand. "Countess,
"I think you must know how much of a pleasure it is to encounter you here," he mumbled without expression. Natasha's eyes narrowed, and Cecilia's attention appeared caught by his tone.
"I am sure you are surprised that the Countess and I should know one another," she smiled. "We met at the Voskian art exhibition the other night, and she mentioned how much she wanted to ease relations between Voskia and Rusitania. I hope that, here in the peace and quiet of the English countryside, diplomacy may prevail." Her tone made a question of her words.
"Diplomacy must always be the first resort when dealing with all difficulties in international relationships," Ivan responded smoothly, aware that the Earl's attention was focused on this encounter. "I am always happy to talk with the Countess about the situation between my own country and Voskia. Am I then to understand, Countess, that you have Prince Peter's authority to hold these discussions?"
"Prince Peter and I are as one on this matter," she countered sharply. "Do you know, I have the distinct impression," said Cecilia, "that our drawing-room has suddenly become the cockpit of Europe." Ivan could not determine Natasha's motives, but he was sure that effecting a reconciliation between him and his cousin was not amongst them.
"You are most kind, Lady Cecilia, to arrange this meeting between Countess Natasha and myself," he began. "However, we will leave diplomatic matters until we return to London. I have been so looking forward to a traditional English weekend in your gracious home."
"Indeed," Natasha shrugged her graceful shoulders. "It is such a privilege to be included amongst your guests." "Here is tea," Cecilia told them with a note of relief in her voice as the drawing-room door opened to admit a retinue of servants bearing trays. The awkward moment had passed. Natasha drifted over towards Sir Guy and was soon flirting with him in a manner Ivan recognized all too well. Feeling thankful, he realized that her appeal for him had finally vanished. Ivan wondered, however, if he could manage to get through the weekend without coming to blows with his ex-mistress, and felt bitter regret that Cecilia should have been manipulated into extending her an invitation. Over dinner, to his relief, he and Natasha were at different ends of the table. He beside Cecilia, who had Sir Guy on her other side, with Natasha beside the Earl. Ivan exerted himself to be at his most charming, both to his hostess, which was easy, and then to Rosalind, which called for considerably more effort on his part. As he had expected, there was music after dinner, and Natasha was the first to perform. She played a bravura piece by Rachmaninoff in an extravagant manner, and Ivan could almost see fireworks erupting from the piano. At the end of her display, she looked across at Ivan and said, "I hope you have brought your violin, Prince Ivan." She lowered her voice and added intimately, "It is too long since I have heard you play." Cecilia turned to him. "We should all like to hear you, Prince Ivan. Have you indeed brought your violin? Shall someone fetch it for you?" Ivan felt an unaccustomed attack of nerves, but he forced himself to respond.
"Thank you, Lady Cecilia. Yuri, my valet, will be able to produce both it and my music."
A footman was sent off. Meanwhile, Rosalind was persuaded to sing a sweet song, accompanying herself on the piano. Despite being nervous about the prospect of his own performance, Ivan found it easy to listen to her and to enjoy the pretty picture she presented at the piano. Could, he mused, as he joined in the applause, such an attractive, compliant girl suit as his princess? Then the footman arrived with his violin and music case. A stand was produced, and Ivan took out his violin and the music score. To his consternation, he found that, instead of the accompaniment to a charming solo he had thought ideal for such an evening, the piano score was for an adaptation of the orchestral part of a Bach violin concerto. "Is something wrong?" asked Cecilia quietly, as he vainly searched for another piece of music in the case.
"I am afraid, unfortunately, Lady Cecilia, I seem to have brought the wrong music."
"Oh, but I am sure that we should love to hear this one," his hostess said. "Would you not like to play it, Prince?"
"It is a great favourite of mine," he acknowledged. "However, the accompaniment is, well, it is quite testing."
Cecilia looked across at Natasha. "Perhaps you would like to play for Prince Ivan? Maybe it is a piece you already know, Countess?" There was a slight undercurrent to her tone which suggested to Ivan that she had guessed something of the previous relationship between them. Natasha looked haughty. "I do not accompany," she announced boldly. Ivan quelled a small smile. Natasha had once attempted to play the piece and had proved quite unequal to the task. She always tried to dominate rather than play in a partnership. "May I?" suggested Cecilia, holding out a hand for the music. She scanned it. "I think I might be able to attempt this," she smiled. She sat down at the piano and began to play the first few bars. "Is this the tempo you need?" Ivan nodded, delighted at her instant command of the score. "If you will forgive me my shortcomings, I am sure everybody present will do too." There was a general murmur of agreement as Ivan tuned his violin and arranged his music on the stand.
"The first movement only, I think," he muttered as he looked at Cecilia and gave her a nod that said he was ready to play.
Soon he forgot that Cecilia was sight-reading. She might well stumble over the odd note, but her understanding of the music and how the violin and piano parts so closely intertwined was quite superb. The violin sometimes soaring to the ceiling, leaving at other times the piano in the ascendant. Loud applause greeted the end of the movement. Ivan went over to his accompanist and brought her forward to share in the ovation, kissing her hand. "You were wonderful," he whispered. Cecilia blushed and then added her applause. "That was really brilliant, Prince Ivan," she sighed when she could make herself heard. Calls were made for more, but Ivan shook his head.
"You are very kind," he said,
clearly moved by the appreciation he was receiving.
"But it is surely enough."
"Come on, Guy," urged Cecilia. "It's time we heard you sing. I know Algy cannot be persuaded. I have tried too often in the past, but I am sure we would all appreciate your baritone." Guy did not need any persuasion. Ivan put his violin back in its case, while a footman removed the music stand. As he then turned to find his seat again, Ivan caught sight of Natasha. Her expression was very controlled, but he knew all her moods only too well. Beneath the mask, he knew that she was very, very angry. As he took his seat, ready to listen to Sir Guy's warbling, Ivan remembered that Algy had said there could be no danger to him or to Cecilia at Yarlington Hall, but neither of them had reckoned on the presence of the Countess Natasha. Chapter 7. As her maid helped to undress her, Cecilia tried to shake off a feeling of imminent disaster. All through the afternoon, and now the evening, so many tensions had swirled around her. It was like being on a battlefield, never knowing where the next attack would come from. It had seemed such an excellent idea to invite the Countess Natasha for the weekend. She had sounded so sincere when she had said she wanted to help sort out the difficult situation between the two princely cousins. However, from the moment Cecilia had brought Natasha up to Ivan, she had known that this was not the person she had angled for an invitation. A flash, almost like lightning, had passed between them. Poor Rosalind, reflected Cecilia, slipping into her nightgown, stood no chance against the dangerous charms of Natasha. No one could. Cecilia dismissed her maid, saying that she would brush her hair herself. Seated at her dressing table, she thought back to the morning when she had taken Natasha to her couturier, and she had seemed so sympathetic and confiding. "Prince Peter and I hope that quite soon we shall have a happy announcement to make," Natasha had murmured as she tried on a striking hat. Cecilia could not forget how attentive Prince Peter had seemed to her as he took her round the exhibition. Then he had shown every sign of being strongly attracted to her. Did he behave in the same way with every available woman? At the same time, Cecilia had thought him sincere in the way he paid court to her. She had to admit that Natasha was very much more beautiful than her, and she did not seem to know Prince Peter extremely well. Now it appeared that she knew Prince Ivan equally well. Cecilia put down her hairbrush and tried to ignore her growing despair at recognizing the intimacy that must exist between Ivan and Natasha. Yet it seemed that he had been shocked to see her at Yarlington. He obviously did not believe that she was trying to act as an ambassador for Prince Peter. Cecilia picked up her brush again. Was the Countess trying to reignite a flame that had once burned between them? Even more significant had she succeeded? Cecilia tossed the brush aside and threw herself onto her bed. She felt so miserable she could hardly think, and she knew it was not the death of Rosalind's hopes of being Princess of Rusitania she was mourning. It was the horrifying realization that she, Cecilia, had fallen hopelessly in love with Prince Ivan. The truth had slowly crept up on her. The first spark had been struck at the Buckingham Palace reception. Cecilia saw now that the reason she had arranged the luncheon for him had been because she had wanted, oh, how she had wanted, to see him again. He was not only charming and very handsome, he was intelligent and wanted so much to do the best for his country. He was undoubtedly a man of principle, and he was also witty and fun. Ivan, in fact, was not only every young girl's dream of a fairy-tale prince, he was a man an intelligent girl who had known a wide range of attractive young men could fall desperately in love with. Had she hoped he would realize young and pretty girls might well be eligible, but they could also be dull and boring? Had she hoped he would find her more interesting than they were? She lay back on her bed and remembered how at one they had seemed to be when playing Bach that evening. Ivan's command of his violin had revealed a side of him she had not even guessed at. Music meant so much to Cecilia. She had studied the piano with one of the leading teachers of the day, and he had mourned the fact that she had chosen medicine rather than music for her career. Laughing, she had told her teacher, "As a pianist, I will never be more than a good amateur. I can entertain my friends, or maybe even mount a concert to raise funds for a charitable cause, but nothing more. As a doctor, I could bring healing and be of real benefit to others." It was an argument her teacher finally accepted, and Cecilia had never regretted her decision. Even though she had had to abandon her medical studies, she knew her East End clinic was bringing badly needed help to poor people who had little hope without it. Maybe that was even better than being a doctor. Accompanying Ivan on the piano had been a great challenge, calling for great concentration. To find that he was such a consummate musician, and that they could share a piece of music together in such intimacy, had finally brought Cecilia to realize the depth of her feeling for him. There was, however, she realized, no hope for her. Why, oh why, could she not have been born with the magnetism of the exquisite Countess Natasha? The next morning was bright and cold. Cecilia woke feeling drained as she dragged herself out of bed. The weekend was not even half over. How was she, as hostess, going to keep control of all the emotions swirling between the various elements of the house party? It had been agreed the afternoon before that most of the party would join the local hunt that was meeting that morning at Yarlington Manor. Rosalind, however, had said that she would rather not ride, and Lady Broadstairs was to take luncheon with some neighbours. Cecilia took a last look at herself in her dark green habit, which was beautifully cut, and she knew that it made the most of her elegant figure. How was she going to look next to Natasha with her flame-red hair? She had ridden since she was old enough to walk, and so perhaps, on the hunting field at least, she could hold her own. The hunt assembled on the gravel drive in front of the house, and servants moved among the riders with stirrup cups of whisky and brandy to keep out the cold.
Ivan was riding one of the Earl's best hunters, a big chestnut with plaited tail and mane. "I have to thank you again for accompanying me so splendidly last night," he now remarked, looking directly at Cecilia. She flushed. The intensity of his dark blue eyes seemed to drag out her heart from inside her and lay it before him. "I enjoyed it very much indeed," she replied to him simply. "I only wish I had the opportunity to practice before we played."
"I could not believe how expertly you sight-read."
He smiled at her, and Cecilia felt her bones turn to liquid. She was both annoyed and grateful when Guy came up on another of her father's horses. "You are looking particularly lovely this morning, my dear Cecilia," he called from his saddle. Cecilia heard the possessive tone in his voice and sighed. Soon she would have to find some way of letting Guy know that she could never become his wife. Could she possibly, she wondered mischievously, do something outrageous so that he realized that Lady Cecilia Beaumont would be a serious drawback as the wife of a future member of Parliament? Through the melee of riders, Algy rode up, elegantly dressed in a bright red jacket and raffish black top hat. "I say," he muttered to Cecilia, "have you seen the Countess Natasha this morning?" His tone was all admiration. There was movement amongst the riders, and heads were turning. "Well," exclaimed Guy. Natasha was in a habit of midnight blue, with a cute hat in the same colour with a white plumed feather. Her hair was neatly swept up in a dark blue snood, and she rode a pale grey mare that belonged to Cecilia. Not only did she look sensational, she held herself superbly, and it was quite obvious that she was in complete control of her mount. Cecilia's heart sank. How could she have believed for a moment that she could match Natasha in any way? Ivan's horse moved restlessly, causing him to pull at the reins. "Jester can be wayward," Cecilia confided to him, "but he responds to strong signals." He grinned at her. "Why, that could be a description of myself." For a brief moment her heart rose. Then the huntsman blew his horn, dogs and horses moved forward, and Cecilia found her father beside her. "Well done, my dear," he called out. She was not sure what he meant, as he added, "Fine morning for it." It was, indeed. The air was cold, but the sun was bright, and the air crystal clear. The hunt moved off down the drive, and then struck out across the park towards the flowing fields beyond. Soon the pack was in full cry, and the horses moved from a canter into a gallop. A couple of fences were jumped, and then across a wide meadow loomed a daunting hedge. Some of the riders decided to take the easy course and went through a nearby gate. Cecilia found Natasha beside her. "Cowards," she sneered, pointing her whip at those who had flunked the hedge. "We will jump it, Lady Cecilia. You and I. No?" "Yes," shouted Cecilia, and dug her heels into the side of her horse, a gallant black stallion she had ridden for a number of years. The hedge seemed to grow higher and higher the nearer they rode. Cecilia became aware that she was just ahead of Natasha, and her mouth was curving in satisfaction. "Go, Hector, go," she shouted at her mount. Cecilia timed her takeoff to perfection, and felt a brief moment of exhilaration as her stallion rose in the air. Then there was a big chestnut beside her, and they cleared the hedge almost together, more horses thundering behind them. At the height of the jump, there came the sound of a shot. Ivan fell forward against his horse's neck. Cecilia gasped, but both Jester and Hector landed safely. Unable to understand what had happened, Cecilia grabbed the chestnut's reins and brought both horses to a shuddering halt. Lying on his mount's neck, Ivan appeared lifeless. Hastily, her heart in her mouth, Cecilia dismounted. Other hands helped her release Ivan's booted feet from the stirrups, pull him off the horse and lay him on the ground. "I say, look," shouted Algy. "He's been shot." There was a bloody wound in Ivan's chest. To Cecilia, it looked as though the bullet could have found his heart. She dropped instantly to her knees beside him and felt for a pulse in his neck. It was there, faint but clear. With trembling fingers she started to unbutton his jacket. "There's the rotter!" cried Algy. In the distance they could see the figure of a horse and rider galloping away. "Come on, chaps, let's get him!" Led by Algy, some half-dozen riders hallooed their way in pursuit. Natasha slid from her horse. "Ivan!" she screamed. "My darling!" She flung herself down beside the still figure. "My God! Is he dead?" "No," countered Cecilia, trying to sound reassuring. "He is well and truly alive." But Natasha collapsed dramatically into a graceful swoon across Ivan's body. "Can someone please lay Countess Natasha on the ground, away from the prince?" Cecilia ordered coolly. "I need to investigate his wound." The senseless Natasha was gently moved off the injured Ivan. One of the female riders produced a little phial of sal volatile and waved it under Natasha's nose. Meanwhile, Cecilia unbuttoned Ivan's shirt to reveal his chest. The pale scars from previous wounds shocked her, but she forced herself to study the fresh one. With relief, she could see that the bullet had missed his heart, but only just. "Is anyone carrying a hunting knife?" she cried. One was produced, and she then cut Ivan's jacket in two so that the left-hand side could be pulled off his arm. She then did the same to his shirt, folded it into a solid pad and placed it over the bleeding wound. Then she pulled off her white stock and asked the nearest man to help her slip it beneath his back so that she could tie it tightly over the pad. The Earl then came galloping up with several men carrying a gate. "If we put him on this, we can carry him back," he declared as he anxiously regarded the unconscious Ivan. "Oh, that's excellent, Papa." Ivan stirred and murmured something. Then Natasha coughed and opened her eyes. "Where am I?" she inquired weakly. "What has happened?" She tried to sit up and then saw the senseless figure of Ivan. Oh, now I remember. He cannot be dead. Say he is not dead," she moaned. "No, Countess, do calm yourself. He is not dead," came in Guy, kneeling beside her. "Cecilia is looking after him." "Lady Cecilia, but he must have a doctor right away." "He will have one," Cecilia answered as she stood up to oversee the operation of lifting Ivan carefully onto the gate. "Cecilia is almost a doctor herself," persisted Guy soothingly, patting Natasha's hand. She groaned and fell back onto the ground. "Papa, I think another gate is needed," said Cecilia. A little procession formed as the two gates acting as stretchers were carried across the fields and through the park back to Yarlington Manor. Inside the house, Cecilia instructed the footman that Ivan be carried to the bedroom that was nearest a bathroom, and then that Countess Natasha be escorted to her room. "And take a glass of brandy to her," she added. By the time he was placed onto the bed, Ivan was showing signs of returning to consciousness. Then he opened his eyes and looked straight into Cecilia's, but for a second he appeared bewildered, and then his expression cleared. "There was a shot," he sighed faintly. "Have I been wounded?" Cecilia nodded. "Someone was seen galloping away from the scene, and part of the hunt gave chase." "You are safe. You were not hurt?" he asked. Cecilia was deeply touched that he could think of her at such a time. "I am fine," she assured him. "You are a magnificent rider," he said in a slightly stronger voice. "Hush, do not talk. The doctor will be here soon." "I am happy with you as my doctor." Cecilia found herself blushing. "Dr. Jenkins is a splendid practitioner and is not unacquainted with bullet wounds. In the shooting season, accidents occur." At that very moment, the doctor himself entered the room. "Well, Lady Cecilia, what have we here?" It took some time for the bullet to be located and extracted. Ivan stoutly refused an anesthetic, and seeing that the procedure was causing him a great deal of pain, Cecilia left the room so that he should not feel embarrassed if he had to cry out.
Eventually, Dr. Jenkins came to report to Cecilia and the Earl. "It's a clean wound, admirably staunched by you, Lady Cecilia, and I've been able to extract the bullet. Here it is. It came from some sort of rifle, I'll be bound." He laid it on an occasional table at the Earl's side. "The young gentleman is full of guts, never made a sound. I've given him something for the pain, and I've told him to refrain from alcohol. He's been lucky. A little further to the right, and he'd have gone. Someone been out after deer, my lord?" "Firing into the middle of a hunt when in full cry, Doctor?" the Earl retorted ironically. "But I do understand that you would like to find some innocent or even halfway innocent explanation for this incident. I am afraid, though, that there can only be one conclusion over this. Someone intended to kill the prince." "Prince, is it?" Dr. Jenkins exclaimed, looking searchingly at the Earl. "Prince Ivan of Rusitania," Selina told him. "Prince or not, I shall have to report the incident to Sergeant Branch of the Constabulary." "I would be grateful if you could do that," said the Earl. "A man was seen and pursued by several members of the hunt. No doubt we shall soon know if he has been caught." A few minutes later, Algy arrived back, panting and covered in mud. "No go, I'm afraid," he said despondently, dragging a hand across his face. "We chased him for several miles, but he had too big a start and too fast a mount." "Anything recognizable about the man?" asked the Earl. Algy shook his head. "Nobody could get a good look at him. Too far away, sir." "But you are sure he was the man who fired the shot?" "Yes, my lord, I saw the gun," said one of the other riders. "How is Ivan?" Algy now asked. "Recovering," said Dr. Jenkins. "He is young and extremely healthy. I would recommend that he takes things very easily for the next few days. However, I don't suppose he will do anything of the sort. I know you young gentlemen only too well." "Have you attended the Countess Natasha, Doctor?" asked Cecilia. "Young woman with red hair. Yes, I looked her over after I'd bandaged up the prince. She had more or less recovered by then. Case of hysteria, if you ask me," he added brusquely. It seemed that Natasha's famous charm had made little impression on the doctor. "Well, I must leave," he stated. "I will call at the sergeant's on my way home and make a report about the shooting. No doubt he will call here later." "I think that sherry is called for," declared the Earl. "You will, I hope, stay for a glass, Doctor?" Cecilia left the men to their drink. She went upstairs and knocked at Ivan's door. He was sitting up on the bed, still in the remnants of his clothes, with his left arm in a sling and his chest heavily bandaged. His face looked strained and drawn, but he was remonstrating with his valet. Yuri held a nightshirt in his hand. "Take it away and bring me a fresh set of clothes." The valet saw Cecilia. "My lady, please tell my master that he should rest in bed, not get up and move about." "Your valet is right," admonished Cecilia. She hurried over to the bed and put out a hand to stop Ivan standing up. "For heaven's sake, you should know better," she scolded him. "What I do know is that this is nothing beside what happens on the battlefield," he mumbled as he subsided back against the pillows, his face as white as a sheet. "I will arrange for soup and rolls to be brought to you for lunch. After that, we will see how you feel." "Yes, of course, Dr. Cecilia," concurred Ivan, his eyes smiling at her. "And you will be pleased to hear that the Countess Natasha has apparently recovered from her swoon," added Cecilia, a little flustered by his smile. "Swooned, did she? I wonder why." He sounded a little caustic. "Because she cares for you," Cecilia said quietly. Somehow, all this seemed to have brought Ivan and her closer together, and she felt she could say anything to him. "Yuri, take that damn nightshirt away and bring me my country suit," Ivan growled to his valet. "I promise not to put it on until after soup and rolls have restored me to full health." Cecilia could not help grinning, and after Yuri had left the room, she turned to him. Prince Ivan, this is now really serious. There was the runaway horse at the race meeting, and now this shot. Someone is trying to kill you." Ivan lay back and closed his eyes. Cecilia waited, wondering if he might be losing consciousness. But his colour was improving all the time, and soon she lifted his lids and saw that all trace of the light-hearted man about town had vanished. "Have you thought, Cecilia," he now volunteered slowly, the intimate address seeming to come naturally to him, "have you thought that both those attacks might have had you as their target, not me?" "But why should anyone want to kill me?" Cecilia questioned him in consternation. "I'm trying to work it out now," he frowned. With his right hand, he picked up Cecilia's from where it lay on the bed beside him and held it. "Perhaps the soup will help me to think," he added with a smile. "You should now rest," Cecilia told him, gently releasing her hand from his. With all her heart, she wanted it to remain in his, but her training demanded that he should stay quiet in order to regain his strength. "And I should go now, and see how the Countess is faring," she declared. She drew the bedcover over him, gently smoothed it over his chest, gave him a bright smile, and left the room. Natasha lay on her bed sipping brandy. Her habit had been replaced by a lacy wrap, and the moment Cecilia appeared she sat upright. "How is he? How is Ivan? Will he die?" Cecilia smiled, the picture of Ivan trying to leave his bed vivid in her mind. "No, Countess. The bullet thankfully missed his heart, and does not seem to have done any great damage. A little rest, and he will recover completely." The brandy glass wobbled dangerously as Natasha collapsed back against her pillows. Cecilia rescued the glass and put it on the bedside table next to the half-empty brandy decanter. "Oh, thank you, murmured Natasha. "I think you need to rest too," Cecilia advised. "Lie here, and I will arrange for a light luncheon to be brought to you. There is nothing at all planned for this afternoon. We thought that we would be hunting, so there will be plenty of time for you to relax and recover from your shock." After she left Natasha's room, Cecilia leant against the closed door for a moment. She felt as perplexed as Natasha. How she longed to retire to her room and rest for a few hours. Instead, she pulled herself away from the door and went to organize trays of food for Ivan and Natasha, and to see if the kitchen could come up with a nice luncheon for the rest of the house party. Then she went to her room and changed out of her habit. Reassured by Ivan's condition, luncheon developed into a very merry session. Cecilia, the only woman present, left from the table shortly after 2:00 and went to sit in the drawing-room. She was not in the least surprised at the failure of the gentlemen to join her there. They had almost certainly repaired to the billiard-room. At 3:00, the drawing-room door opened, and there was Ivan, pale but dressed in his country suit, his left arm neatly arranged in its sling. Yuri was at his side, protesting in Rusitanian. Ivan responded in the same language, and Cecilia had no trouble in understanding that he was instructing his servant to mind his own business. Looking sulky, Yuri gave Cecilia a little bow and took himself off. "The soup was just excellent," Ivan told her as she stood, wondering whether she should come and help him to sit in a chair. "I am completely recovered." He spoke calmly and with conviction. "I am very pleased to hear it, particularly as I seem to have been deserted by everyone, and am now delighted to have some company." Cecilia was worried that he might be overstraining himself, but felt very happy to have him to herself for once. Then, unexpectedly, the drawing-room door opened again, and a footman announced, "Prince Peter of Voskia, my lady." Chapter 8. Ivan heard the name with amazement and outrage. How dare his cousin suddenly turn up in this way? Prince Peter stepped into the drawing-room. Unlike Ivan, he was dressed not in a country suit, but in formal attire, with a long jacket and striped trousers, just as if he had been to a business meeting in the city.
"My dear Lady Cecilia," he began, striding across the room and taking her hand in both of his, "I am so sorry not to have been able to join you earlier, but as I have explained when you made your so kind invitation, I had business to attend to."
Hardly able to believe his ears, Ivan looked at his hostess. Cecilia was blushing as she glanced across at Ivan. "Your cousin asked me and my father to dine with him this evening," she said in a somewhat strained voice. "I told him it was impossible, but suggested that he might like to join our party here. The Countess told me, Prince Peter, how you wished to reconcile all difficulties between you and Prince Ivan, and I thought that maybe meeting on what might be called neutral ground could aid the process." Her voice faded away towards the end of her little speech, and Ivan could see that she now deeply regretted her impulse. Ivan decided to take a hand.
"Peter, you don't know how pleased I am at this wish of yours. Nothing could make me happier than that we should be able to meet with the freedom and spirit that we did when we were boys."
Peter turned, and his gaze fell on his sling.
"But what have we here, Ivan? You are injured. An accident? Not serious, I hope?"
Along with the luncheon to Ivan's room had come Algy, who had filled him in on exactly what had happened. Ivan had already suspected that his cousin could be behind the shooting. Looking at him now, however, it was difficult to imagine that Peter had ridden hell for leather across a hunting field for several miles.
"A grace, nothing more," Ivan now replied airily. "Some damned doctor, Lady Cecilia. I apologize for my language. Let me start again. The good Dr. Jenkins ordered me to carry my arm in this sling, and not to exert myself overmuch." "I see," Peter responded slowly, studying his cousin closely. "Well, I am sorry to hear it." He looked around. "I believe that Natasha is here for the weekend as well?"
"She's resting." Cecilia came in hastily. "She will join us later. I hope you have been shown to your room, Prince Peter. You came with your valet, of course?"
"Indeed, we have been made most welcome."
Cecilia rang the bell, and then asked them if they would like coffee or would prefer tea.
"Why, English tea would be delicious," said Peter.
"Coffee, please," added Ivan. Feeling so weak, he did not imagine that tea would be of any help. Strong coffee, on the other hand, could possibly make a new man of him. Cecilia gave them each a sweet smile, and told the footman to bring both fresh coffee and tea. "Do, please tell me," she turned to Peter. "Was your journey down here comfortable? I am sorry you did not let me know which train you were taking, so we could send a carriage to meet you." Ivan sat down slowly and watched his cousin flick the ends of his long jacket aside as he arranged himself in a chair with easy style. He was immensely suspicious of the man's self-possession. The fact that Peter himself had not been on the hunting field with a rifle did not mean that he could not have hired someone else to do it. In fact, that was much more likely.
"The train was most comfortable, thank you, Lady Cecilia. There was a chaise of some sort. Do I understand you call it a fly? Anyway, there it was at the station and ready to fly me to Yarlington Manor."
"Yes, Prince Peter," Cecilia laughed in the way that Ivan had so often admired. Now it made him grit his teeth. "Bob James, the driver, knows the way here very well."
"And the country the train took us through was very beautiful. Even though it is winter, the fields looked so rich. The earth, it is now ready, I think, for planting. Everything looks so fertile, unlike my country where the soil is poor. Voskia lacks the fertility of Rusitania, and our people have to work very hard to provide enough for their needs. But I forget, Lady Cecilia, you have visited Voskia."
"But that was in the summer, when all looked very productive," Cecilia replied gently. "Appearances can be deceptive." Ivan looked at her sharply. Did she mean anything by that remark, apart from the obvious?
"Of course," he remarked unemotionally. Southern Rusitania will take a very long time to recover from the devastation it suffered during our recent war."
Peter was saved from having to counter this by the arrival of Natasha. Dressed in an afternoon gown of beige chiffon, she looked both fragile and alluring. "Ivan," she exclaimed, coming towards him with both hands outstretched, "I was afraid you were dead." Ivan managed to evade her hands. "Natasha," he said, giving her a slight bow, "as I was explaining to Cousin Peter here, it was a little more than a graze." Immediately Natasha swung round. "Prince Peter, how wonderful that you have been able to join us. I have been telling Lady Cecilia how eager you were to—"
"Have all our differences reconciled?" added Ivan. He did not think he could bear to hear it all over again.
"Exactly, my dear," sighed Natasha, seating herself on a settee and looking at each of them in turn, as though she would like both of them to join her there. Ivan then had a moment's insane desire for him and Peter to seat themselves either side of Natasha. What would she do then? What would Cecilia do? Idly he wondered if whatever Dr. Jenkins had given him was making him slightly light-headed. Perhaps it would be as well to sit quietly for a little while and drink his coffee. Peter leant back in his chair and placed his empty teacup on a side table.
"My dear Lady Cecilia, you and your distinguished father are the very best of this delightful country. I did not have the good luck, unlike my cousin Ivan, to have much of my education here. No relaxing 3-year sojourn at Oxford for me. I was lucky enough to have a year in Vienna."
"Somehow you have managed, though, to acquire an excellent command of English, Prince Peter," responded Cecilia admiringly. "What has been your secret?" Natasha gave a throaty laugh. "It was very easy, Lady Cecilia. Prince Peter was brought up with both an English nanny and an English governess." Peter waved a dismissive hand.
"My dear parents were determined I should have every advantage."
He gave Cecilia an intimate look.
"I am sure, Lady Cecilia, that you will have had an English nanny and perhaps a governess, as I did."
Ivan saw with distaste that he was flirting with her. Cecilia smiled willingly at Peter. "But of course. But was your nanny as ferocious as mine? It was the slipper almost every day. Oh, I was black and blue before I was 3. She said that it was the only way to bring up an aristocratic child." At first Ivan could not believe his ears. Then he saw the sparkle in Cecilia's eyes and realized that she was teasing his cousin. Mystified but entertained, he relaxed.
"But yes," exclaimed Peter, "always at night time. The spanking."
Ivan was sure that Peter's nanny did no such thing. "And did you then complain to your mother? My nanny said it would be a lack of backbone if I did." Peter leaned forward earnestly.
"The same. I soon appreciated that it would make a good soldier of me. Your governess, too, was she like that, Lady Cecilia?"
"Oh, no. By the time I was 3, I was a well-behaved little girl, ready to study my books." Cecilia looked rather demure, and Ivan had a sudden picture of her as a little girl with a small face, huge eyes and wide mouth, looking quite irresistible. He stirred in his chair and moved his left arm in its sling to a more comfortable position. Natasha gave him a laughing glance. "Ivan, did you as well have an English nanny who prepared you for the battlefield?"
"I regret not."
Ivan silently apologized to his greatly loved Nanny Brown, who had never spanked him, but had nevertheless managed to instill gentlemanly conduct in him. "Maybe that is why you are both so different, even though you are cousins," Natasha remarked, looking deep into Ivan's eyes in a most intimate way, and it was almost as though they were alone together in the drawing-room. Ivan saw Peter give Natasha a look full of vitriol, and yet the next moment she was giving his cousin exactly the same sort of intimate look. "And why you, Prince Peter, are such a devil in war." Her voice was soft, almost a purr, and Ivan saw his cousin immediately relax and return her look.
My dear Natasha, you know nothing at all about the soldier on the battlefield, he retorted.
And then, at that poignant moment, Lady Broadstairs and Rosalind returned from their luncheon. Ivan rose. His sling was immediately noted, and Rosalind was all concern as Cecilia explained what had occurred. Ivan saw Peter listening with great interest.
"A shot," he exclaimed, and turned to Ivan. "You told me it was a graze. A graze from a bullet."
Then Peter was introduced to Lady Broadstairs and Rosalind, and the conversation became more mundane. As later, with Yuri's help, Ivan changed for dinner, he thought over everything that had happened. Yuri was clearly worried.
"I said you should not go downstairs, Prince," he said in Rusitanian. "It is too early after your injury, and you should rest. Now you have no energy for anything, not even for talking to your Yuri, who is so upset about you."
Ivan allowed his valet to tie his bow tie and smiled.
"Oh, do stop fussing, Yuri. It is not my wound that is concerning me. It is the way my dear cousin appears to be attempting to woo Lady Cecilia."
"Ah, Prince, that is truly a problem." He sounded sympathetic. "Tell me, the lady, does she respond? Are you losing her?" Ivan gave a brief laugh. "Losing her?" Yuri, about to say that he had never had any intentions towards Cecilia, he was silenced by a thought blinding in its simplicity, and after a moment he grunted. "If Lady Cecilia falls for my cousin's wiles, she has less intelligence than I credit her with. Now, I need you to ease this sleeve over my arm." Downstairs, Ivan joined the rest of the house party in the drawing room and was given a glass of sherry. Peter, he saw, was pursuing his suit with Cecilia, who was laughing at some comment he had made, but Ivan thought there was a slight note of desperation in her voice. Just as he was about to join them, Natasha entered, and Cecilia was quick to draw her into conversation with Peter. Ivan walked over to Rosalind and Algy. She seemed to be getting on particularly well with the Honourable Algy, and he, for once, appeared to be more relaxed in her company than Ivan had seen him with any female, other than a showgirl. Dinner seemed endless. Sir Guy had been demoted from sitting beside the hostess and sulked between Lady Broadstairs and Peter, who had been given his place. Ivan watched cynically as his cousin monopolised Cecilia, and every now and then Peter would address some remark to Ivan designed to lower any esteem Ivan might have in their hostess's eyes. Noting the dangerous gleam in Cecilia's eyes, Ivan decided not to allow Peter to ruin any chance he might have at securing her affections. When the butler attempted to top up his wine, Ivan shook his head. Cecilia gave him an approving nod. "That is very sensible," she said in a low voice. Peter heard her, and he gave a brief laugh.
"Ivan is always sensible. It makes him very dull," he sneered provocatively.
"Whereas I am sure you enjoy being reckless every now and then," Cecilia countered. Peter gave a loud laugh.
"My men love to see me in action," he boasted.
"Could I suggest," Sir Guy suddenly interrupted, "that perhaps recklessness was a reason why Voskia lost out in its campaign against Rusitania?" It was so out of character for the normally ultra-conservative Sir Guy that the whole table was silenced. Peter grew red, but before he could reply, Cecilia said firmly, "I am certain, Guy, that Prince Peter would enjoy explaining to you the complexities of the conflict." Guy stiffened, but Cecilia held his gaze.
"I was, of course, merely expressing an interest in a war that has been so difficult to understand from our point of view."
Ivan looked curiously at Peter. Would he be embarrassed and turn the subject to one less damaging to his reputation? No. It seemed Peter was happy to rehearse obscure treaty details, border disputes, trade rivalries, and slights going back to the previous century. Cecilia smiled at Ivan. Can I really believe you are actually cousins? She murmured in an even lower voice. Ivan smiled, and despite the pain in his chest and shoulder, brought about by abandoning his sling to avoid the humiliation of having his food cut up for him, he felt happier than he had for some time.
"You cannot know just how relieved your comment makes me," he responded, deciding that any further chat along these lines could be dangerous. "May I compliment you on your chef?" he intoned instead. "This meat is superb."
"Beef from our own farm," replied Cecilia happily. "Tell me, what is the state of agriculture in Rusitania?" Ivan soon found himself peppering her with endless statistics on the various reforms he was making to farming in his country. Then he caught himself. "Oh, this must be unutterably boring for you, and I do apologize." "Oh, my dear Prince, I did ask you, and no, I am not bored. My father and I maintain a strong interest in the Yarlington estate, not only with the farm, and many of the reforms you refer to have been implemented here as well."
"Ivan likes to think he is a man of science." Peter suddenly came in across the table. "But man of science he is not. Has he by chance told you about the time he blew up his father's study?"
Ivan laughed as it was an old story.
"Papa made the mistake of giving me a chemistry set for Christmas. Unfortunately, I was far too interested to read the instructions properly. There was an explosion and some very unpleasant smells. Mama was very cross."
"And the damage?" queried an amused Cecilia.
"Destruction of a table and the shirt I was wearing. Nothing serious. I seem to remember, Peter, that we both enjoyed the explosion and the mess."
Peter laughed, and for a moment it was as if they were boys together again. Not long after that, Cecilia rose and took the ladies off to the drawing-room, no doubt to enjoy gossip before the men rejoined them. Ivan moved the others down to the Earl's end of the table for port and cigars. Ivan noted that Peter, who had frequently had his wine-glass topped up by the attentive staff, attacked the port with the same enthusiasm. For one horrified moment, Ivan thought his cousin might lean across the table and grab the decanter instead of letting it pass round the table. It was many years since Ivan had been in such close proximity with Peter, and he was genuinely shocked at his lack of manners. The Earl seemed to realize the volatility amongst the company around his table. He concentrated on drawing out Sir Guy on his parliamentary ambitions, then got Algy to relate some amusing and risque tales of the music hall, and that allowed Peter to add stories of his own that were in far worse taste. The Earl soon rose.
"Shall we join the ladies, gentlemen?"
Back in the drawing-room, Rosalind was performing another of her sweet songs. Peter clapped as the song ended.
"Charming, quite charming," he brayed.
Ivan saw Natasha sitting quite close to the piano. The moment Rosalind finished, she looked across at Cecilia, who immediately suggested, "I am sure we should all appreciate the Countess giving us another of her brilliant displays." Natasha almost hustled the other girl off the piano stool, and then sat down, flexing her hands in an affected manner. Ivan noted Algy escorting Rosalind to a seat. Their two heads were close as Natasha plunged her hands down on the keyboard for another virtuoso piece.
"Bravo!" called Peter as the piece came to an end. "Now, my dear Lady Cecilia, may we hear you play?"
She looked at Ivan, and he knew with a leap of joy that she was remembering their concert the night before, and he regretted that he could not hold a violin that night.
"Yes, my dear," agreed the Earl. "Please, give us my favourite, Fleur de Lys."
Cecilia rose, and Natasha reluctantly made way for her at the piano. She moved at once into the lyrical Beethoven piece. Listening absorbed, Ivan wondered who Elise had been. If the music was anything to go by, she must have been charming, lovely and full of spirit. Had she the same character and intelligence displayed by the current player? Cecilia made a delightful picture in a superbly cut dress of heavy champagne silk, her only adornment being fine pearl drops in her ears. The contrast with Natasha in a black taffeta gown and a necklace that Ivan had given her at the beginning of their relationship, and diamonds in her ears, could not have been more striking. As the last notes of Beethoven died away, there was loud applause and calls for more. "It was too short," Guy called out. Cecilia looked across at Rosalind with a question in her eyes, but Rosalind shook her head. "Well then, how about a rondo by Mozart?" With a mischievous glance round the room, Cecilia began a witty rendering of a lively piece that could not have been more of a contrast to Beethoven. The rondo was quite short, far too short for Ivan. He could, he mused, listen to his hostess playing all night. Her deep feelings for music matched his own, and he hoped that it would not be too long before he was able to enjoy another duet with Cecilia. There followed another fine song from Sir Guy, and shortly afterwards they began drifting to bed. Natasha beckoned to Ivan. "Please, I need to speak to you," she breathed at him. Her décolletage was daringly low, her creamy skin and voluptuous curves an open invitation. Ivan was immediately on his guard. "Is this necessary?" he asked curtly. To his dismay, tears appeared in her eyes. "Please," she urged him, this time without artifice. "Come next door." This was too much for Ivan. He distrusted Natasha. There was no footman on duty in the hall, so he led her to the porch, which offered a certain amount of privacy, without the opportunity of him being caught unawares by any seductive approach by Natasha. "I was so shocked by what happened this morning," she began, speaking in Rusitanian. She made no attempt to wipe away her tears. "I hope you do not think I was in any way involved." Ivan stood very still. "What about my beloved cousin, Peter? Can you swear he had nothing to do with the shooting?" More tears appeared, and she trembled. Ivan waited. Then came a cry from the drawing-room. It sounded very like Cecilia, and it was followed by a crash. Ivan rushed into the drawing-room. Peter had Selina pinned against the back of a sofa. There had obviously been a struggle. A table laden with porcelain and miniatures had been knocked over. Peter was attempting to kiss his hostess. She was kicking at his legs and moving her head from side to side, frustrating his attempts. "You have been teasing me all evening," Peter was panting at her. "You will be mine." Ivan rushed over and pulled him away, thanking heaven that there was nothing wrong with his right arm. He took it back and knocked Peter to the ground. "You despicable cur," he growled. There was a flurry of black taffeta, and Natasha cast herself down beside the stricken prince. "How dare you? Don't you see he is drunk?" She flung at Ivan, and, all caring, she tried to help Peter stand. Ivan turned to Cecilia. "Did that beast hurt you?" he inquired gently. Her face was shocked but unafraid. No, you came just in time. Thank you," she said, her voice unsteady. "I should never have left you with that idiot. I did not realize that everyone else had gone upstairs." Where he and Natasha had stood, he could not see the staircase. "I was just about to excuse myself when he... Well, the only word I can use is pounced on me." "You are a heartless tease," Natasha screamed at Cecilia, her expression one of hatred. Never before had Ivan seen this side of Natasha, and he then suddenly realized that she was a deeply dangerous woman. Chapter 9. Cecilia glanced at Natasha's mask of hatred and felt real fear. She moved closer to Ivan and felt a protective arm go round her. Natasha's eyes narrowed as she snarled, "Don't you think you will succeed there, my dear? Too many have tried and failed." Peter groaned and sat up, and Natasha immediately renewed her attempt to help him stand. "We must leave this house," she cried, "and we must leave now." There was nothing Cecilia wanted more than to see the back of these least desirable of her guests. All the same, as hostess, she felt honour bound to say, "This late? Please, don't be ridiculous. Quite apart from the fact there is no train until the morning, you will only cause scandal, and not for my father and myself, but for yourselves." She drew herself up as straight as she could, with Ivan's arm still round her shoulders, and she immediately felt cold and despondent. "I will arrange for a carriage to transport you to the station tomorrow morning. After the incident involving Prince Ivan, no one will be surprised if the party breaks up earlier than expected." Peter managed to stand upright, and there were the beginnings of a large bruise over his left eye, where Ivan's fist had hit it. By the morning, he would have a black eye. Serve the fellow right, thought Cecilia. "Good night," she stated firmly. Natasha took hold of Peter's arm and steered him firmly out of the door. Neither of them said good night. Cecilia turned to Ivan, standing absent-mindedly rubbing his fist. "Have you hurt yourself?" she asked softly. "You should not have done that."
"He deserved it."
"I know, and I am glad he received his deserts, but I'm worried that you may have opened your wound. It was such a powerful blow." Ivan looked inside his jacket. His arm sling had not been replaced after dinner and hung out of his pocket.
"No blood," he declared cheerfully.
Cecilia took the end of his sling, pulled it free, and reaching up to her full height, slipped it over his head and then arranged his left arm inside it. He stood quietly, allowing her to perform the task. His nearness made her tremble, as with an effort she carefully pulled the material over his elbow and then stood back. "There," she said, trying to look at the result with a professional eye.
"Are you sure you are all right?"
Ivan asked again.
"You look very flushed."
Cecilia nearly said that it was nothing to do with Peter's attack on her, but instead she sighed. "It's been quite an evening. I do feel I was slightly to blame. I could be said to have led him on, ever so slightly."
"Nonsense. You are the perfect hostess, dealing with a most unpleasant guest."
"It's strange. When Papa and I met Prince Peter at the Voskian embassy at the exhibition, he was charming. Yet this evening it seemed as if he was a different person." Cecilia felt reaction begin to set in. She sat down on a chair and put a hand to her head. Then Ivan was standing before her with a glass in his hand.
"I found a brandy decanter over there." He waved towards the side table. "Drink this. I think you need it."
Cecilia took the glass gratefully and drank, feeling the heat of the fiery liquid warm her body. Ivan drew up another chair, sat in front of her, and held her free hand with his. She loved his touch. It was as warming to her as the brandy. She put down the empty glass and placed her other hand on top of their two joined ones. It was as if she could feel his heart beating through his hand. "Ivan," she said at last, using his name for the first time without his title. He looked up from their hands, and she was then horrified at the stark misery in his face.
"I have brought danger into your life,"
he moaned quietly.
"I am not sure how, but I know I have. I would do anything to remove it."
Her thumb moved, stroking the back of his hand as it held hers. She so wanted to stroke his thick dark hair and ease the pain in his eyes. "Where does the danger come from?" she asked in a whisper. "Is it Prince Peter?" He let go of her hand so suddenly she almost cried out. Her sense of loss was so acute. He rose to his feet and started to walk about the drawing room, picking up the table that had been knocked over, but leaving the ornaments on the Aubusson carpet.
"I am almost certain it's Peter. What I can't work out is whether I am the target or you are. On the face of it, it's me, but there's the strong possibility it could be you. If I had not galloped forward and jumped that hedge in such a helter-skelter fashion, pure showing off, I'm afraid that bullet would have found you. You were the neater target, Cecilia." If they were out to get me, they had better chances." He continued pacing. "What I can't work out is why. It sounds to me more likely that you are the one Prince Peter is out to eliminate. Whether I am or not, I cannot take the chance that for some reason he wants you removed." Ivan came to a halt in front of the dying fire and stood facing her, the strong bones of his face set like stone. "So, I have to sever our friendship."
"No," she could not help herself. You cannot do that."
His face softened. "Would you regret it so much?" She took control of herself. This was not the time to tell Ivan she loved him, more than life itself. And after all, she was her mother's daughter, and her mother would never have dreamed of telling any man she loved him until he had declared himself to her first.
"Since we met at that reception, I feel I have come to know you very well," she said carefully, "particularly when we played bark together last night." He stirred, and she knew he was in as tune with her as she was with him. "Your cousin, Prince Peter, has done enough damage tonight without you creating a drama of possible threats to my life. I understand about the danger to yours, and I beg you to take whatever action you feel necessary to guard it. I just cannot see any reason to end a friendship that gives both of us, I hope I'm not presuming too much here, pleasure." He came over, and once again gripped her hand with his, then lifted it to his mouth and kissed her fingers. "You are the most sensible and intelligent woman I have ever met," he murmured, his gaze fastened on hers. Cecilia closed her eyes and felt the death knell of her hopes in those words. No man in love with a woman would ever call her sensible and intelligent. She retrieved her hand. "Don't say anything more." "I shall travel to London as soon as possible, and then make plans to return to Rusitania. I have been away too long." "Do you intend to catch the same train as Prince Peter and Countess Natasha? Well, that would surely make it too easy for them. Trains are dangerous. A quick opening of a door and a push at the right time could mean goodbye to the ruler of Rusitania." She was aware of how he was watching her. "A milk train goes through here at 5 o'clock in the morning. I can drive you to the station in the trap, and then no one will know you've left." "The stable staff?" "I'll have the trap back and the horse stabled again before anyone is about." Ivan looked at her for a long moment, then nodded. "There is sense in your idea," he murmured finally. "Let us catch what sleep we can." On the way upstairs, she showed Ivan the side door where she would meet him with the trap. Cecilia went to bed, but found sleep impossible. The events of the last 2 days jumbled themselves in her mind. Nothing seemed to make sense, and the only fact she was completely certain about was that she was more in love with Ivan than ever. Then she realized there was another fact. Ivan did not love her, and the last fact that she faced was that he was going to disappear from her life, leaving her totally bereft. At 3:30 she rose from her bed, slipped on an old skirt and jacket, added a thick shawl, lit a lantern, and crept out of the house to the stables. There she found the pony, and in the lantern's half-light hitched it to the trap, cold hands making the fastening of the traces slow and difficult. At last it was done. Then she cut up an old sack, and using binder twine, tied the pieces round the pony's hooves. She walked beside the pony, talking to it in a low undertone. Slowly they negotiated the stable yard, making little noise, and then she led it round to the side door. Ivan was already waiting. He carried his violin and a Gladstone bag. Mumbling a greeting, Cecilia then pulled herself up into the driving seat. Ivan carefully put his belongings into the trap and clambered up beside her. He was not wearing a sling, and in response to her query, he told her his shoulder was fine. The night was crystal clear, and there was enough moonlight to show the way. Mystery cloaked the landscape, and Cecilia felt a sense of danger all around, and was glad to feel the solid strength of Ivan sitting beside her. The thought of having to say goodbye to him at the station was more than she could bear.
"Your safety is everything to me," Ivan suddenly said as the pony trotted onto the main road. "If it was shown that there was no friendship of any sort between us, then I think the danger would go away. If we returned to Yarlington, we could stage a bitter argument in front of everyone."
"But then you would have to catch the same train as your cousin and the Countess," cried Cecilia, horrified at the idea. She was so certain it was Ivan who was the one in danger, not her.
"Damn it! There must be a way of telling the world you have no connection with me," he burst out.
She could see that whatever she said, Ivan was determined to believe that his friendship endangered her. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "If you really feel it is necessary, how if I say that I was furious with you for hitting Prince Peter, that there was no need for you to act in such a barbaric way? We then had a row, and I told you I never wanted to see you again. This morning I find a note saying you cannot stay a moment longer in the same house as me, and have decided to walk to the station to catch the train. How about that?"
"Perfect!"
he exclaimed in admiration. His praise gave her no satisfaction. The station came in sight, and Cecilia drew the trap up outside. "The station master lives in the cottage over there," she told him softly. "Get down quickly, and look as though you have just walked here. You could mention something to the effect when he comes out for the train. Prince Peter may well ask him if he has seen you." For a moment Ivan said nothing. He just sat next to Cecilia on the trap's driving seat. It was almost as though he could not bring himself to leave, and Cecilia wished with all her heart that she could drive them both back to Yarlington. A cloud obscured the moon and pitched them into darkness. "You must go," she whispered, her heart breaking. Ivan jumped down to the ground and retrieved his violin and bag. His face was unreadable in the dark.
"Do drive carefully, Cecilia," he muttered. "I shall never forget what you have done for me."
It sounded so final. Surely we must meet again before you leave," she pleaded. "Surely it would not put either of us in danger if you were to call at Beaumont House. After all, it would be only courteous to say goodbye to my father, if not to me." His low laugh came through the darkness.
"Toujours politesse,"
he said, an ironic note in his voice.
"I think I would find it impossible to leave without calling. Go, quickly now."
Something in his voice seemed to break. He slapped the pony's side, and startled, it broke into a trot. Cecilia looked back, but all she could see was a tall shadow slightly darker than the shadows around him. There was nothing else she could do. Tears falling down her cheeks, she left it up to the pony to find its way home, and several minutes later she thought she heard the sound of a train. Somehow Cecilia managed to return pony and trap to their rightful places just before the first of the stable lads came on duty, and she hoped he would not realize that the pony had been out for a drive. Back in her room, Cecilia undressed and climbed into bed. Stifling her sobs, she tried vainly to sleep. When Mary, her maid, brought her early morning tea, she excused her appearance by saying she was coming down with a bad cold. Wearily she dressed, and then she scribbled a note, put it in an envelope, and wrote her name on the front. Downstairs she issued instructions for the carriage to take Peter and Natasha to the station. The Earl had gone for an early ride, and none of the guests had yet made an appearance in the breakfast room. Both Peter and Natasha had asked for coffee and rolls to be served to them in their rooms. Cecilia ate her breakfast in solitary state, then went back upstairs. When she judged the moment right, she emerged again from her boudoir. Advancing to the head of the stairs, she saw Peter and Natasha waiting in the hall, dressed for travel. They stood on opposite sides of the fire, and looked as though neither wanted anything to do with the other. Cecilia paused at the top of the stairs. Then she ripped open the envelope she carried, read the note inside, and gave a loud exclamation of annoyance. Both Peter and Natasha looked up at her. She crumpled the letter and envelope in her hand, and came down the stairs with angry steps. Peter was wearing a military peaked cap pulled down over one eye, but it failed to hide the black bruising. Natasha, dressed in a mink coat with a matching hat, came forward. "Lady Cecilia, good morning to you. Here we are, all ready to leave." Cecilia glanced at the clock in the hall. "The carriage will be here in half an hour. Will you not wait in the morning room?" There Algy and Sir Guy were having breakfast, and they rose as Cecilia led in the departing guests. Natasha looked around. "Prince Ivan is not with you?" "Haven't seen him," answered Algy. "Not since last night," added Guy. "Perhaps he is feeling exhausted after yesterday," said Natasha. "I will go to his room and say goodbye." Peter made some contemptuous remark in his own language. Cecilia made another exasperated noise. "I am afraid Prince Ivan appears to have left." She went to the fire and threw her crumpled letter onto the flames. There was a note saying that he could not remain under the same roof with me a moment longer. "Why?" mumbled Algy. Guy continued to eat kedgeree as Cecilia sat down heavily at the breakfast table. "We had a terrible row last night." "After we retired?" demanded Natasha avidly. "I told him he should not have hit Prince Peter." Algy and Guy gazed at Peter at the window, looking as if he was trying to be invisible. He had had to remove his cap, and the black eye was plain to see. "Weh-hey!" exclaimed Algy. "Oh, don't be coarse, Algy, please," Cecilia scolded him with dignity. "I told Prince Ivan that his cousin might have misunderstood my behaviour. As a foreigner, he might not understand our English sense of humour. Certainly Prince Ivan does not. He called me outrageous, and... Oh, but there's no use going over all the stupid names we called each other. He really is arrogant, isn't he?" She appealed to Natasha. "My dear Lady Cecilia, I tried to warn you." Natasha looked like a cat that found a pot of cream. "But where can he have gone?" she quizzed. "It's ridiculous and typical," cried Cecilia, sounding annoyed. "The note said he was walking to the station and would take the first train that stopped." Cecilia suddenly jumped up. "Oh dear, I wonder if he's thought about his valet and his luggage. I'll see if Yuri has packed his bags. He can catch your train. Algy, offer the Countess and Prince Peter some breakfast." In half an hour, all was organised, and Cecilia waved goodbye to Peter, Natasha, and Yuri with the deepest relief. Then came despair. Once back in London, Cecilia busied herself with her clinic. It was the only thing that could keep her mind off all she had lost. She clung to the thought that Ivan had promised to come and say goodbye before he left England. As days passed without him calling on her, Cecilia wondered bitterly if he was asking Rosalind to be his bride before he returned to Rusitania. 5 days after they returned to London, the Earl came home from the Foreign Office and asked her, "You'll never guess who came to see me today?" "I just cannot think, Papa," Cecilia answered in an uncharacteristically sharp tone. She did not wish to be teased. "Prince Ivan? There. Well, that has surprised you, hasn't it?" Her father sat down in his favourite chair. Cecilia froze. Had Ivan gone to say farewell to her father, and not to her? "Is he returning to Rusitania?" Cecilia asked her father, trying to control her sudden trembling. The Earl did not seem to notice. "He wanted to consult me about graphite. We were supposed to have a chat about it in the country. My dear, I still don't understand why he should have left so suddenly. I thought you both got on so well together. I mean, it's not as if it could have been a lover's tiff or anything like that." Cecilia clenched her teeth and stayed silent. Anyway, he apologized most abjectly for leaving, and he told me that over the last several days he has been conducting some high-level research into mineral deposits. It seems that the moment he gets back to Rusitania, he's going to set about developing them. He wanted to know what information I had on graphite. Has Ivan, or that is Prince Ivan, recovered from his bullet wound, Papa? He said he has, and he seems healthy. That man's stamina is amazing. Did he say when he was leaving for Rusitania? End of the week, I think. I say, I'm glad we have no engagement tonight. It's been freezing hard all day. It's let up a little now, and I wouldn't be surprised if it snows. The Earl was right. When Cecilia rose the next morning, she found a white world awaiting her. You're not going out, her father said astonished, as he came across his daughter putting on rubber boots in the hall. She was in a warm coat with a scarf over her hat. A small package in a basket was beside her. I am afraid I have to. I picked up these drugs late yesterday, and the clinic is desperate for them. Oh, then please send someone else, for heaven's sake. I understand there's ice underneath the snow, and it's far too dangerous to take out a carriage. I shall walk, Cecilia responded firmly. Walk? It should not take much above an hour, but don't expect me home until late this afternoon. They will be short-staffed, and I shall be needed. I would come with you, but Lord Lonsdale said that he would drop by today. Whether he'll make it or not, who can say? But I am honour bound to wait for him. Oh, no, come on, darling, be reasonable. Nothing the Earl could say would persuade Cecilia not to go out, or to take someone with her, and he watched her helplessly as she left the house. The going was indeed hazardous. More than once Cecilia regretted her decision as she slipped and slithered on the frozen pavements. Traffic seemed to have stayed at home. Only heavy goods carts drawn by great Shire horses gingerly traversed the frozen and snowbound streets. Once she reached the clinic, however, Cecilia was very pleased she had made the effort to go there. Several hours of really concentrated work followed, as broken limbs from falls on the icy roads, plus the more usual ailments, needed attention, and their new doctor had been unable to make it. As Cecilia was checking a young lad's ankle injury, and deciding he had not broken it, but had merely suffered a bad sprain, she felt a cold draught. "Someone please close that door," she called out crossly. "We must try and keep the heat in." The door was shut without comment. Cecilia looked up, and there, standing just inside the doorway, was Prince Ivan of Rusitania. All she could do was to gaze at him. "Can I assist you?" he offered, coming towards her and taking off his heavy military overcoat. "What are you doing here, Ivan?" "I called to see you at Beaumont House and was told you had gone to your clinic. The Earl was about to send someone to collect you, but I said I would come, so he gave me directions. The conditions out there are terrible." Cecilia laughed out loud, and her patient, who had been eyeing the two of them with interest, laughed too. "You could hand me that bandage," she suggested, as, despite herself, a wild joy flooded through her. A few minutes later, the young lad was strapped up, given a pair of crutches, and instructions to be careful. He gave them a cheeky grin as he left. Cecilia stood up and eased her back. "Oh, thank heavens! That was the last patient. I can leave the rest to such staff as are here." "Excellent. In that case, let us be on our way. We shall be lucky to make it back before dark." Ivan helped her into her coat and then put on his overcoat. Cecilia said farewell to the clinic staff and could feel their curiosity following her and Ivan as they departed. "I'll never be able to explain your appearance," she mumbled. "I think I may be able to suggest a reason you can offer them," he said as they began to walk through a fresh fall of snow that had turned the grimy old buildings into a fairy-tale wonderland. He sounded tense. "A reason?" she asked him, and suddenly felt afraid. What sort of reason?
Chapter 10. Ivan walked with her in silence for several minutes. Cecilia's feelings of impending disaster grew. The only bit of comfort for her was the touch of his hand beneath her elbow. "I have been doing a great deal of thinking since we parted at the station," Ivan began at last. Cecilia took a deep breath and prepared to hear him say that he now had to leave for Rusitania and she would never see him again. Then she had to hang on to his arm as she nearly lost her balance on a patch of ice. His strong arms helped her regain her balance. Then he tucked her arm through his to give her extra support, and Cecilia clung to his strength. It was as though she could feel his vigour pouring into her, and it warmed her soul. "As you well know," Ivan continued as they walked carefully through the snowdrifts, "I was certain it was my cousin Peter behind the murderous attempts we suffered. I don't think, however, that I've told you I was set upon in Paris, and I believe he was behind that attack as well." He was silent for a moment, as though marshalling his thoughts, and went on. "When I first had the idea it might be you, my dear Cecilia, who was the object of the attacks here, I tried to dismiss it, because I could not think of any reason why you should be in danger. Yet I kept coming back to it, because of strange circumstances and coincidences that I could not explain. Even dispatching me seemed a pointless exercise. By the treaty Peter signed, whatever happened to me, he was barred from claiming the throne of Rusitania for 5 years. But if I remained a bachelor for that time, then there would be nothing to stop him claiming the throne if I died after that. Then I realized that Peter believed I was suffering a broken heart from Natasha's defection to him. He could be thinking I would not be looking for a bride to replace her. No doubt she failed to tell him that I had, in a most ungentlemanly manner, refused to marry her. But if I was no gentleman, she was no lady." He laughed, and Cecilia could not help smiling. Despite the snow and ice, she felt safe with Ivan. "Then I believe that Peter received news that not only had I set out to search for a princess, but I had found someone I thought would be a suitable bride. So if he was to prevent an heir being born before the 5 years were up, he had to act swiftly." Cecilia clutched a little more tightly at Ivan's arm. "But he could never have believed you might fall in love with me," she said breathlessly. "You were looking for someone much younger and prettier." Ivan laughed again. "What a fool I was! You gave me that delightful luncheon, and I met the quite delicious Rosalind Dampier. I went back to the embassy and told Yuri that I had found my princess." Ooh. Suddenly, Cecilia felt the chill of the snow and the biting wind like the blade of a knife. Ivan did not seem to notice anything. "As over the last few days, I tried to sort out the events of my stay in London, I realized that there had to be a spy in my camp, someone who was informing both Peter and Natasha of everything I was doing. Then I remembered I had not actually mentioned the name of the girl I thought I was falling in love with. Stupid Yuri only knew that I had gone to luncheon with Lady Cecilia Beaumont. And who should I ask to the steeplechase but Lady Cecilia? Any mention of Rosalind Dampier on that same expedition quite passed him by, and I remembered seeing Yuri in close conversation with Natasha and Peter, and she came to sign the treaty in my palace. Not only that, Natasha actually told me that she had introduced Yuri to Peter. They had obviously turned him into their spy, no doubt with large sums of money. Yuri is very greedy." "So," Ivan continued, "I think the thugs who tried to beat me up in Paris was Peter's first attempt. I wondered at the time why they didn't shoot me.
The idea, I am sure, was to leave me alive, but injured so severely that there could be no possibility of marriage and children. Well, that did not work. So when he hears I have fallen in love and intend marriage, he decides to remove my bride before I can claim her."
"But he goes after me, not Rosalind," said Cecilia in a sad voice. Ivan stopped and turned her to look at him. The ironic thing is, by the time the attack at the hunt came, I had begun to realize what a fool I had been. Hope flooded through Cecilia. "You mean?" she gasped, straining to see his face in the fast-fading daylight.
"Was ever man so blind as I have been?"
He sighed with such a tenderness that an incredible feeling began to spread through Cecilia's veins. "The more I saw of you, the more I realized that I could never, ever find a more suitable princess. Much more than that. However, by the time you drove me to catch that damned train, I knew I was hopelessly in love with you." Cecilia's breath caught in her throat at the passion in his voice. "I so wanted, oh, how I wanted to declare myself there and then, but I was so afraid that, even though I did not then understand why you were the object of the attacks Peter was organizing. You see, my darling Cecilia, I love you far too much to risk your life in any way." His lips came down on hers as he drew her into his arms. Snow began to fall again, but to Cecilia it was as though fireworks were fizzing all about them, lighting up the sky with showers of golden light. As she was gathered against Ivan's strong body, her bones seemed to melt and joy filled her soul. She was flying into the sky and touching the stars. She lost her hat, and snowflakes settled on her hair as she lifted her arms and pressed her body against his until she felt they were actually one. It seemed they had left the frozen earth far below and were floating up to heaven. After a long moment, he drew away from her and murmured shakily, "Oh, my darling Cecilia, do you really love me?" "Oh, yes, Ivan. More than life itself." Cecilia pressed herself against him again. Once again, they kissed for what seemed an eternity. Finally, Ivan lifted his head and suggested, "Perhaps we had better start walking again, or we may turn into blocks of ice, and Peter will have his wish." He gently brushed the snowflakes from her hair and carefully arranged her hat and scarf back on her head. All the while, she gazed up at him with adoration in her eyes. Then, wrapped in a bubble of delight, they once again started off through the snow. The moment they entered Beaumont House, the Earl appeared. "My dear, are you all right? I have been so worried. I'm very grateful to you, Prince, for bringing her safely back. Oh, she means everything to me." "You may not be so grateful when you hear what I wish to ask you," he replied, sounding uncharacteristically nervous. "Ah," coughed the Earl, and looked at him keenly. "I think you had better come into my study." "I will go now and change," muttered Cecilia. Then she reached up and kissed her father. "You know how much I love you, Papa. The fact I love someone else as well will never alter that." With a long look at Ivan, she disappeared upstairs, determined to come down again as soon as possible, but looking as beautiful as she possibly could. Half an hour later, she descended, dressed in black lace, and around her throat was a 3-row pearl necklace, together with her pearl drop earrings. She knew that she looked her very best. As she reached the hall, the footman told her, "The gentlemen are in the drawing-room, my lady, and champagne has been ordered," he added with a twinkle in his eyes. Excited beyond measure, Cecilia then ran into the drawing-room to find her father and Ivan standing in front of the blazing fire with champagne glasses in their hands. The Earl put his down and came to meet her. "My lovely daughter Cecilia, the future Princess of Rusitania, I shall miss you more than I can say, but I know that that is where your happiness lies." Cecilia flung her arms around her father, then went and stood close to Ivan. The Earl gave his daughter a glass of champagne, looked at them both, and proposed a toast. "To the future." Then he turned to Ivan, standing there in military uniform and ceremonial sword, and scolded him. "I wish you would divest yourself at that weapon. I know it's part of your uniform, but here, surely we can be informal." Ivan laughed. "It's true. It gets in the way, sir." He unbuckled the belt and laid the sword on a chair. Then he looked at Cecilia. "I have explained everything to your father, and I am extremely concerned for your safety, my darling," added the Earl. "So," continued Ivan, "we are agreed that the best and safest way is to travel immediately to Rusitania and be married there. My Praetorian Guard will keep you safe, and as soon as we have a family, Peter will no longer be my heir, and there will be no further danger to any of us." Cecilia felt a surging sense of excitement. "Will you mind being married in Rusitania?" Ivan asked her anxiously. "I would not mind where we had our wedding," she assured him breathlessly. "And if we travel out to Rusitania at once, Cecilia will really be safe from Prince Peter?" inquired the Earl. Ivan nodded. "I have told the little rat, Yuri, that I intend to stay there at least another 3 weeks to woo another possible bride. If I know him, he will instantly pass this on to my cousin. Once he's done so, my ambassador has instructions to arrest him and hold him incommunicado. By the time the news gets out that we have gone, it will be too late for Peter to catch up with us. Can you leave tomorrow?" he asked Cecilia anxiously. Suddenly, there was a thunderous knocking on the front door. "Good heavens!" exclaimed the Earl. "Now who can this be on such a dreadful night?" There came the sound of a scruffle in the front hall, and the footman cried out, "You can't just come in here like that, sir." Then there was a stifled cry. The drawing-room door was flung open, and Prince Peter entered. He too was dressed in his military uniform, and he looked exultant. He slammed the door shut, then placed a small wooden case on a table and opened it, revealing 2 long-barreled pistols. And as the Earl, Ivan, and Cecilia looked at him in astonishment, he removed his heavy cloak with a sweeping gesture and flung it down. "You insulted me last time we met, cousin Ivan," he snarled with a deadly intensity, his eyes cold as ice. Cecilia moved closer to Ivan, and he put a protective arm around her. "I challenge you to a duel." As Peter spoke, he began to load the pistols. He spoke with such a calm authority that for a long moment no one said anything. Then Ivan gave a harsh laugh. "As usual, you talk nonsense, Peter." The Earl held up his hand and took a step forward. "I need to point out that dueling is forbidden in this country, Prince Peter. Such trifles do not concern me. After I have killed Ivan and then taken Lady Cecilia to be my bride, I shall immediately return to Voskia. By the time the authorities have been told, it will be too late to hold me to account." Cecilia gasped and pressed herself closer to Ivan, unable to believe her ears. "You are mad, Peter," Ivan told him coldly. "I am I? Perhaps you think it would be better to go to the Voskian embassy, and we can have our duel there?" He levelled one of the loaded pistols and looked along its barrel to an imaginary target. "For heaven's sake, Prince Peter, please put that pistol down. I would rather not have my drawing-room used as a shooting range," spluttered the Earl. "You speak of taking Lady Cecilia for your wife,"
growled Ivan, his arm holding Cecilia ever closer to him. "What about Natasha? She has given up so much for you." "Natasha bores me." Still holding the pistol, Peter advanced on Cecilia and, pointing it at Ivan, ordered her, "Move away from him." Terrified, Cecilia went to stand next to her father, who at once held her close. "I would rather not shoot you like this," said Peter, keeping the pistol pointed steadily at Ivan. "The officer in me prefers to act like a gentleman and kill you in fair combat. But if you try my patience, I will shoot you like a dog where you stand. At this distance, I could not miss." The Earl released Cecilia, who then made a move towards Peter. The pistol was quickly swung towards Cecilia. "I would prefer this lovely lady to become my wife. Her inheritance would be most useful to my country. But there are other fish, as you say in England, in the waters. Move again, Earl, and I shoot your daughter." The Earl stood quite still. Ivan, too, remained unmoving. "How do you think that you can overcome all the Beaumont servants? I fail to see," he said conversationally. "Oh, the footman is out cold. I did not see any other servants." Peter's gaze never wavered from Ivan. "How did you know I was here?" Ivan demanded. "Your faithless servant Yuri told me. He heard it from your ambassador." Peter's lip curled into a sneer. "He was so certain you were searching for a bride that he told everyone. It must be a bitter blow to you that someone so close as your valet could be so, treacherous, hein?" Again, that sneer. "He has long hated you for your privilege and the life you lead. I had only to suggest he inform on you, and he jumped at the paltry sum I offered him. If I had such disloyal servants, I would deserve to die." So intent had they been on Peter, only Ivan, Cecilia realized, had seen the drawing-room door slightly open. There was the Countess Natasha, a red velvet cloak thrown back from a red velvet evening dress. She looked magnificent. Before anyone could move, she reached the table where the pistol case lay, picked up the other weapon, and released the safety catch. "You are the only one who deserves to die. And you will, Peter," she cried. "I bore you. Do I?" Peter laughed. "Put that down, Natasha. You have no idea how to use it," he asserted contemptuously. "You always underestimate me," Natasha screamed and fired. For a second, he gazed at her in blank amazement. Then, slowly, like a tree falling after it has been felled, he collapsed onto the floor, blood pouring from a hole in his chest. "Damn you, Natasha," Peter spluttered. Blood bubbled from his mouth, his legs twitched, and then he was still. As the sound of the shot reverberated around the room, nobody moved. Then Ivan advanced towards Natasha, but she had already dropped the smoking pistol and reached for the one Peter had been holding. Tears poured down her face. Both her hands were trembling as she held the other pistol and pointed it straight at Ivan. "Neither of you ever valued me," she yelled, her voice broken and catching. Cecilia stared at her in horror. In minutes, violence had shattered her evening of happiness, and now Natasha was pointing a loaded pistol at her beloved Ivan. Then she saw Ivan's sword resting where it had been put on a chair just a yard or so away from her, and right behind where Natasha was standing. Natasha now stood up straight. "You rejected me," she howled at Ivan. "Not once, but twice." She took a deep breath and spoke more steadily. "Once, when you wrote to me from the battlefield,
and again when I came to your embassy here in London. You belittled me." Her hands, holding the pistol, trembled more than ever. Ivan took a step towards her. "Don't move!" Came another scream, and again the pistol wobbled. Ivan stopped. Unnoticed, Cecilia now edged her way towards the sword. "Too many years have I been abused, first by you, Ivan, and then by Peter." Natasha sounded as though she was gaining more control over herself. Tears were streaming down her face, but her hands had stopped trembling, and the pistol she held was pointed unwaveringly at Ivan. Cecilia picked up the sword still in its scabbard. "Abused?" Ivan's voice was amused. He seemed unafraid. "I remember you appeared to enjoy all our times together. And is that the diamond necklace you are wearing? The one I gave you?" Behind Natasha, Cecilia saw the slight downward movement of her head towards the magnificent necklace that hung around her beautiful neck. She lifted the sword and scabbard and swung it as hard as she could against Natasha's legs and caught her at knee height. Natasha screamed in pain and then fell to the floor, the pistol discharging harmlessly into a chair. Ivan grabbed her and pulled her to her feet. She stood, snarling at him like a wild animal at bay. Several of the Earl's servants burst into the room and looked in horror at the devastation. "Call the police," said the Earl heavily to his butler. "The Countess Natasha needs to be taken into custody. She has killed Prince Peter. Bind her hands and keep her safe until they come." Natasha spat at him. "I don't care what happens to me now," she pouted with an attempt at dignity as she was dragged away by 2 footmen. "Come," the Earl turned to Cecilia and Ivan. "Let's withdraw to the library. We shall finish our champagne there." Ivan put his arm around Cecilia. "I always wondered what your English sang-froid was. Now I know. I shall look to our sons to be just as cool under pressure." 6 weeks later, in the chapel of the royal palace in Rusitania, there was a wedding. Cecilia was escorted up the aisle by her father, the Earl of Yarlington. She wore a dress of white lace with a tight bodice, narrow sleeves, and a skirt that was drawn back into a lacy froth. A fine tulle veil made a cloud over her golden hair that was piled around a diamond tiara that would soon be exchanged for the crown of Rusitania. The mountains of flowers in the chapel released a heavenly scent, and thousands of candles lit the glittering scene. Seats were filled on one side with Ivan's friends and ministers. On the other was the contingent from England, that included Rosalind Dampier with her parents, and her fiancé, Algy Montmorency. As Cecilia advanced up the aisle, she had eyes only for the uniformed figure that waited for her before the altar. Ivan watched as Cecilia walked proudly up to him, sacred organ music soaring all round her, her hand on her father's arm. As she arrived at his side, Ivan took her hand, and she smiled at him through her veil. The service was in both English and Rusitanian, and Cecilia had learned her responses in the language of her new country. Then came the magical moment when they were pronounced man and wife, and the priest suggested that the groom could now kiss the bride. With steady hands, Ivan gently lifted the veil over Cecilia's head and looked down into her face, his eyes filled with love. She smiled up at him, her heart beating so hard she thought it would explode. Then his mouth came down on hers, and once more her bones melted, her body fused into his, and she knew without doubt that love had come to her at last, the love that comes only from heaven and is the gift of God. To Cecilia
and Ivan forever, not just in this life, but for the rest of eternity and even beyond. Love at Last, written by Barbara Cartland.